and summarizes in this way, especially South Africa, Kenya, Mauritius can be exhibits exactly a mature type of ecosystem. The Nigeria and Egypt represent rapidly expanding ecosystem here. Then again, Rwanda, policy coordination and agility. At the same time, Ethiopia remains NANSE, but reforming one, reform-driven one. Then just for the sake of summarizing these variations, especially just we already observed, a mature, reforming, at the same time, NANSE one, okay? This variation underlie how strategic alignment, at the same time, institutional coherence, then again, policy implementation capacity, jointly or by integrating shape the vibrancy of entrepreneurial ecosystem across Africa here, okay? So therefore, these three variables can be assumed as a major one to lead the vibrancy here, okay? So just what we are going to conclude, especially from this given summary, that means from the matrix here, just the first one, strategic clarity and alignment are foundational, obviously. So just we have to consider exactly this strategic clarity is critical one for the enhancement of entrepreneurial growth here, especially for the sake of transforming the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Definitely, just we have to consider this strategic approach here, okay? In addition to this, just we have to, again, consider the institutional coherence. Institutional coherence is critical. That means just we have to coordinate, we have to integrate different type of variables, different type of agencies even, ministries even, okay? So this different integration will lead us exactly the vibrancy here. That's why just we already considered this as a second conclusion that we already derived from our analysis here, okay? Next to this, a policy mechanism. Policy mechanism is critical, so therefore, just we have to consider exactly the different type of policies that initiates the smooth action, the smooth interaction of different type of stakeholders that existed within the ecosystem here, okay? So just we need to have different type of startup legislation, incubation, the like, okay? This has to be taken as another conclusion that we already derived from the analysis, but it is not sufficient. That means just we have to consider support that comes from a robust type of institutional governance here, okay? That means governance is a critical one, especially that can allow the smooth operation of given business or entrepreneurs that existed within the ecosystem here, okay? So in addition to this, related with that of the ecosystem outcome, it has to be contingent on multi-level interaction, okay? Interaction is mandatory. So therefore, just we have to consider a synergetic type of interaction here. So they have to take their responsibility together. They have to discharge their own responsibility together. Then they have to work in terms of group by considering exactly a systemic approach here, okay? So this is another one. The other, we conclude that the inclusiveness, at the same time, adaptability remains critical challenge, by the way, still. Even the matured one already faced such a like problem here. Inclusiveness is a critical problem in different ecosystems. So therefore, they have to consider different variability, okay, in terms of gender, in terms of age, that means the youth one, in terms of rural, urban, the like, okay? So directly, we conclude these different 5 elements here from the review. Finally, just we already recommend some given policy recommendation here. For example, just we already recommend based on the variable, the strategic recommendation, especially in the case of strategic recommendation, embed entrepreneurship and innovation into national development frameworks and strategic intent. Especially with clearly defined type of objective, measurable targets, and again, longer-term vision here, okay? So, in addition to this, align entrepreneurship strategies with economic diversification, industrial policy, and again, digital transformation agenda, okay? Next to that, institutional recommendation. In the case of institutional recommendation, we have to establish or strengthen central coordinating body to facilitate cross-ministerial and multi-stakeholder collaboration here. So therefore, collaboration is critical. So therefore, just we have to strengthen this collaboration that existed between different type of ministerial office, like, okay. In addition to that, we have to promote exactly institutional transparency, at the same time accountability, then again legitimacy to enhance stakeholder trust, and again participation here, okay. Most of the time just we are going to observe a trust problem, and again a participation problem. So therefore this exactly comes from different type of problems, like that of transparency, lack of accountability, the like, okay. So it has to be taken as one recommendation that related with that of the institutional aspect here, okay. In addition to this, just we have to develop an intermediary organization like that of incubators. Maybe incubators exist, but they may not be effective here. At the same time, accelerators, industry associations, the like, okay? That links exactly the government, the universities, the private sectors, the like. So how we are going to link this different type of the major stakeholders, like that of government, universities, private sectors, through this different type of intermediaries. So therefore, just we have to develop this one, okay? In addition, the third one, that means related with that of the policy mechanism. So policy mechanism recommendation, just we have to design and implement multi-level policy instruments, including funding schemes, at the same time tax incentives, digital infrastructure, and again regulatory reforms that can tailored exactly to local context, especially, okay? So just we have to consider as a major recommendation under the policy mechanism. In addition, just we have to consider integrate monitoring and evaluation systems, especially to track implementation effectiveness. So how they are going to implement, to what extent exactly that implementation can be assumed as effective one. We need to have some given monitoring mechanism and again evaluation system here. This also has to be taken as another recommendation. Finally, just we have to consider additional point, that's encourage public-private partnership, okay? The private most of the time runs in terms of soul. Also, the government runs in terms of soul. So therefore, directly, just we must have to enhance, we must have to promote, we must have to encourage exactly this given partnership linkage, okay? So this is also another point that we must have to consider as additional type of recommendation. The financing innovation. At the same time, venture capital, angel networks, and blended finance model has to be encouraged just within the ecosystem, in African entrepreneurial ecosystem here, okay? So from the dimension of outcome recommendation, especially prioritize inclusive entrepreneurship programs, targeting women, youth, and rural entrepreneurs here. Just we have to foster again innovation clusters and networked ecosystem that enable knowledge spellers, mentorship, at the same time collaboration here. Then just we have to embed sustainability principles and entrepreneurship policy to ensure long-term environmental, social, at the same time economical effect or impact here, okay? So for the sake of leading this environmental, social, at the same time economical impact, it's mandatory to develop and embed exactly sustainable type of sustainability principles here, okay? So we need to have different type of principle that can lead us exactly the environmental sustainability, the social sustainability, at the same time economical sustainability here, okay? So final remark, especially holistic approach is critical. That means we don't have to consider from a single dimension here. Directly, just we have to consider different variables for the sake of enhancing of the vibrancy of different entrepreneurial ecosystem in different countries here. So therefore, holistic approach is critical one. So just we have to consider it. In addition, just we have to prioritize a systemic alignment, inclusivity, at the same time adaptability to fully harness the potential of entrepreneurship as a driver of economic transformation and innovation across the country, okay? So just we have to consider this different type of point here That means building vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem in Africa will demand these different type of variables here. That means a strategic vision, institutional coherence, the like, okay? This point's already mentioned one, so you can take as a summary point. So thank you very much for the given chance. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Sintayo. That was a very comprehensive study that you did. Quite a lot of work has gone into it. And it was interesting to learn how the different startup ecosystems in Africa are doing and how they can be improved and thrive to achieve sustainability. So thank you for your study, Professor Sintayo. So building on this research and all this new insight that we just learned, we will have a panel discussion. But before we get into the panel discussion, I was informed that we have some new guests that have arrived. So, je voulais vous souhaiter la bienvenue à Seb. Donc, vous êtes en retard, mais heureusement que vous êtes là. Donc, ok. Bonjour. Alors, bienvenue, vous êtes arrivés au bon moment, donc nous allons commencer notre discussion de panel. So, to begin this panel discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Alkiran Shashigo, who is the president of the Ethiopian Entrepreneurs Association. So he will be leading the session, and he will be taking us through the same topic that Assistant Professor Sintayo just discussed, which is the strategic discourses towards entrepreneurial ecosystem building in Africa. And Mr. Kalkiran has a number of very engaging and very knowledgeable panelists that he has invited. So without further ado, I would like to hand over the stage to Mr. Kalkiran. So let's give him a warm welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Assistant Professor Sintayo, for your impactful and insightful presentation. So now I want to proceed the short panel discussion for the experiences, the practices from different African countries. So I want to invite 3 panelists. The first panelist will be Dr. Wasyun Mohammed, the Assistant Professor of Addis Ababa University, and also the Director of Research, Innovation, and Entrepreneurial Impact of Ethiopian Entrepreneur Association. I welcome Dr. Wasyun to the stage. Okay, the second panelist, I invite to the stage Mr. Ian Lawrence, the Executive Director and the Partner of Growth Africa from Kenya. And also the last one, I want to invite to the stage Miss Cindy Sabanda from Botswana. She is the Associate Director of the Business Development Budugu Institute. Okay, thank you all panelists. Welcome to this stage. So based on the presentation, I want to ask some question on different perspective on your countries. The first question for all panelists to present your country perspective, insightful thoughts. So for your, from your country perspective, what has been the key policies, strategies, institutional experiencing in shaping of entrepreneurial ecosystem? This one is the first question. So I want to start from Dr. Wasyun.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to go thanks for your participation. It's very the program. And I'm here with Jason of the system, one of the coordinator, organizer group. Just wanted to forward this message. And I come to the point, our discussion as directed by the moderator. It's about our experience on the issues presented before. Then this regard, what was our experience as Ethiopian? With this regard, we can talk a lot. We had, as just a beginner, tried to bring many changes in the just ecosystem in the ecosystem. So as Ethiopia works a lot like the national entrepreneur strategy. Just 20 to 25, we just developed the motion for that. And also, not only that, recently, I think most commonly addressed in the media nowadays is what this proclamation, startup proclamation, that is also just a big move toward this vision realization. Not only this, even before this national strategies and proclamations, Ethiopia just progressed many accomplishments like the clustering issues we can mention. We try to classify areas where just make a difference. We try to identify potential areas and also construct different industry sites, parkings, and the like. All these are what just a basis for this national strategies and also proclamations. In fact, there are many other activities to be. But this is among the some illustrations to showcase the move.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wasyun. I put Ein.
We should.
Okay.
It's all right.
Yeah, trying to do a gender lens here. No, I think so. For Kenya, speaking for Kenya, we still don't have a startup act or a startup proclamation. It's been in the making for as long. And I think if we look across Africa, I think I did a count. There's about only 20 or less countries actually have a startup act that's been enacted. And I did reflect a little bit. There was a funder just 2 days ago, and he said, well, he was from Finland. He said, we don't have a startup act, and we're doing pretty well. So I think it also does speak to the fact that if there is some underlying infrastructure already in place, it might not be as required. And then I think there are locations, and I think most of Africa can get that extra boost by having a policy that supports and builds some of that infrastructure that is missing. I think beyond that, we were lucky enough of gotten 2 associations for ecosystem builders or ESOs, a little bit competing, and I think Kenya is big enough that makes sense, but there's a interesting dynamic in the fact that there's 2. I don't think that's advisable in general. It's not advisable going forward, but there is one of them allowed to be a focus on what happens outside the capital city. And I think we typically have this elephant in the room that the capital city is where resources are centered and focused, and for anything that happens outside the capital city, it just does not get the same attention, the same resourcing. And I think that's what this association, the second association, kind of managed to do. I think we're lucky that we do have an innovation agency, which I say is championed by someone who really understands and really is driving the agenda. But I can also see the challenge for local government institutions that it's really depending on who's at the leadership, and without the right leadership, even the best intentions kind of fold. So there, I think we're lucky. Obviously, Nairobi is a hub for investors, and that gives us definitely a bigger position in that space. Not to say there's enough investors, and I don't think there ever will be enough investors or investments. So let's not think that just because they're headquartered in Nairobi that means that money is flowing. It's not flowing. It's more. It's easier, but it's not easy. I think I'll stop there.
Good morning, everyone. thank you all for inviting me to this panel discussion. I think to get into the gist of the question, in Botswana, we've become known for developing or coming up with the best policies, and I don't want to say unfortunately, the implementation and the uptake of those policies, however, are a different ball game altogether. But of recent, I think, let me just start from 2019, we had the National Entrepreneurship Policy, which in a way, just supported like how we do business in Botswana. And that was, talking to how now we can start businesses within our own homes, which was a great incentive and initiative by the government to try to cultivate the spirit of entrepreneurship and to bring about more startups, because obviously we're looking at high rates of unemployment, etc. And then, we've had over the past years the National Investment Strategy, which is a policy rather that looks at how we can bring about more investments into the country, and how SMMEs and startups can contribute to the country's economic stability. And I think to just touch to the presentation earlier, public-private sector engagement and relationships are quite important, which is why we are currently working on the private sector development strategy, which just tries to look into how the private sector and government can work together to diversify the economy and also build the economy. So I think that in terms of policies, we're doing great, I think.
Okay, thank you. Based on your experience, what's the major systematical challenge limiting the performance of the entrepreneur ecosystem in Africa? What do you think? What's your experience?
It's quite interesting because I had this conversation with a journalist yesterday from Ethiopia. I can't see her now, but because she asked me the same question, and I said, when we look at, and I'll keep referencing the previous presentation because it was quite, I think it answers most of the questions that you're asking, because we cannot come up with a blanket solution for the problems of Africa, because Africa is diverse. We have, diverse cultures, diverse issues, etc. And sometimes we talk about lack of funding or financing as a problem. And though it might be a problem, the other issue that I think is we need to continuously capacitate our startups and entrepreneurs in understanding, how to build businesses and what that looks like. For me in my country, we don't come from a history of entrepreneurs. We come from a history of farmers, etc. And so building an entrepreneurial culture in our context is very, very important. Learning how to, manage, finances, generating, wealth, etc., solving problems, be it tech or AI or whatever, comes up, we need to develop that. So when the financing comes, I'll just give you an example, right? In our country, we don't necessarily have a lack of funding problem, because the government has got what you call the Youth Development Fund, which are sub-grants that are given to entrepreneurs, or if you have a business and you want a grant, the government will give you money. But what we've seen is that 90% of that money doesn't come back to the government. It's a half grant, and half you have to pay back, because the entrepreneurs die in the first year of operation. So is the problem financing, or is there a bigger problem that we need to look at? And I think that we need to dig deeper, but let me let my fellow panelists get into that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think coordination and siloing is one of the things that we will keep on hearing about. And it seems so amazingly simple. How is it that we cannot get people that does different things that need to know each other and work together, get them in the same room and have a conversation. That's as simple as it is, and yet it's not happening. And it's not happening even to the point where we think this would be logic. Investors need really investable businesses. They would typically complain there's not a flow of the kind of business they're looking for, and so the blame game starts instead of saying, well, what is it that we need to do differently, and how can we work together between investors and entrepreneur support organizations to help these businesses become investable. But then also addressing the fact that funders, for example, love everything has to be investment ready. And I would challenge that in many places, are the investments actually available? So we assume that there is investment ready or investment available, but it's not necessarily, or not necessarily, and the ticket size is what is needed by the entrepreneurs. So we have a little bit of a cleanup that we need to do. Then I think there's a conversation, and I think that's part of what's going on already in perhaps indirectly in Ethiopia, is how do we perhaps in many places now starting moving from the idea that we need more, that we need better. And maybe in that process as well, and this is going to be a little bit cynical, but that maybe that we're going to lose a bit, because maybe we have had a bit too much funding into a number of organizations that were not delivering the quality, hence the business not growing the way they should, and we're not seeing the results that we should. And that starts coming back to bite us, because then the questions are being raised on whether we're doing a good job, or we're doing the right job, and whether it's worthwhile. And those are the things that we definitely need to address as well. But that would be my kind of input.
Thank you. Here, I don't want to raise all those common reasons for failures in this area, like finance and the like. I don't know, for the last 10 or beyond, we are reason out our failure is because of lack of finance and the like. I say it is, I think, not the finance, rather it is a silo operation, a fragmented operations, and a lack of alignment with the national agendas, national strategies, and the like. You know, our presenter before presented well all the reasons for a failure and our move, particular ecosystem and the like. Look, the ecosystem actors, who are the participants, and then what is the role, how they are just aligned each other, and even link with the national strategies and the like. We can raise a lot problems with this regard. So for me, beyond these constraints like finance and the like, the interest, and then also silo operation, and getting our just part from, or just individual interest is, I mean, it is the root cause for this. So I can say very challenging for this is this one is fragmented operations, and also a national lack of well-articulated national strategies and agendas for this entrepreneurship in the ecosystem building. The other thing, just after the strategy, national agenda, the second one is it is policy. And in just Ethiopians, most African countries and the like, I don't know, because of follow or something advantage, we have an advantage of producing good documents for every areas. We can produce good guidelines, principles, rules, and the like. But we fail to implement it. We have a document, but we can't just exercise it well. Why? It may require further investigation and the like. Even at the very beginning of this session, we say that we have researches, but no impacts. Why? We fail in an implementation. So an implementation, that is another issue. Even the funding organizations and participants in the ecosystem, more than enough number of actors in our village, but there is no coordinated efforts for that. That is among the issue from second perspectives, because policy means it's containing these issues, rule, principles, guidelines, procedures, and the like. We have good enough documents, even existing documents may not limit us to exert in the ground. That is among the issue. The third one, for me, it's about institutional frameworks, even existing actors, how they are well organized and how they plan to manage this just available resources and the like. The process they follow. So a structure and process within the institution is also another problem. It is not allowed. Even there, I don't know, who took the lead in this area? That is among the issue. With this area, I think there is also academy. There is also industry, government, other stakeholders. In the most recently, we classify the stakeholders into different, right? I don't want to repeat the theories. But how we bring all this to just same level on one, so that contribute for impact. It's really difficult. So these are some of the issues, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. So, given of these challenges, what practical steps should African countries take to alleviate them and also strengthening the entrepreneurial ecosystem in perspective of strategic solution, institutional solution, policy mechanism solution, and also inclusiveness and also sustainability solution? What do you think? What's your opinion to alleviate those challenges and also to strengthen the African enterprise ecosystem? What do you think?
How much time do we have? I'll see whether I can get started and see whether we can kick it off. I think it'd logically to be a simple coordination body that would simply say 2-3 stakeholders, key stakeholders from the different sectors. So investors, government, funders, entrepreneur support system, academia, for example, that would meet on a regular basis, updates what's happening, and having a role to feed back to the ecosystem. It would be as simple as that. It sounds awfully simple, yet it's not happening. Ways in which the different stakeholders are engaged in, that could be both policy and I think research as well, not at a validation level, but an input level. I think often we are asked to come and validate, and at that point the damage is already done. And that's really not what we should be doing. I think there's obviously a lot around data and insights on how do we collectively work together on collecting better and more statistically significant data that allows us to make better or to make informed decisions in the first place. So let me stop then and hand it over.
So yeah, I do agree there's not much time to unpack the solutions, but I want to take a sort of down top approach to this answer and bring it to the entrepreneurs, because government can develop policies, we can have infrastructure that we need, we can have the funding, we can say that we have established investor-ready startups and entrepreneurs. There'll always also be the whole market, access to market situation that comes about. So what I want to actually just challenge everyone in this room and say that I've realized that in Africa, and I've been to a few African countries, we have similar underlying issues and problems. And one thing that I think sometimes if we can start to align ourselves and understand the policies that govern us, we need to understand as entrepreneurs the kind of policies that government is putting out and scrutinize them and see what works and what doesn't for us. And number two, we must understand that working together will take us further than working alone, especially with cross-border. I usually say that sometimes Africa has got the most brilliant minds, actually not sometimes, all the time. We have the most brilliant minds I have sat in countless juries where I see, startups pitch, and I can say that we have the most brilliant minds. We just need to, facilitate those minds, work together. And, when we go on Telegram or Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, can we have discords that talk about, what we need and how we can work together? We have your Africa continental free trade areas. I know that somehow young people don't really know how to tap into that, how that works, what that looks like. Can we continuously have dialogues that, enable us to see how all these policies work, why it is impossible for us to kind of work together, why it's difficult to do business in other countries? And I'll just give an example. I enjoy Ethiopia and being here, but coming here was stressful. It was a headache. And I'm just wondering, I have a friend back at home who's like, oh, Cindy, I want to, explore Ethiopia, like their kind of indigenous fruits and etc. And I'm just there like, yeah, no, by the time I'm here, I'm exhausted, because getting here in the first place was tiring, and there was a lot of processes, and it was exhausting. So like, how can we then, as young people, work to making sure that we dismantle these barriers? There are walls in our entrepreneurial journeys. There are walls in our innovative journeys. How do we dismantle them? And I think that if we want to take the top-down approach, sometimes it won't really work for us in that sense.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's quite interesting. That is integration. And also policy alignment, strategy alignment, and the like. I think that is the solutions for all these problems. Avoiding these fragmented operations. Look, you can count here in Ethiopia number of incubators might be, or number of actors in any areas. All they are working separately. There is no just linked agenda or linked policy and strategies. So with this, I think it is possible to solve the problem. So the cooperation, communication, integration is very vital to resolve this, particularly to enrich and build a vibrant economy. I mean, this entrepreneurial ecology. The only thing that makes a link is what? That is communication and integrations. Regional integrations, like yesterday's point, that is AfriHub and the like African hubs, or also like national hubs, national agendas, and then units and chapters until the grassroots levels, and contributing their own piece for the realization of national agenda definitely will take out from such a kind of problems. So for me, I think this is the vital. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your insightful discussion. From this discussion, one clear message for me. Entrepreneurial ecosystem do not grow by accident. This it will be grow by alignment of the strategy, institutional, and also policy mechanism. So countries that achieve shows stronger innovation outcomes, stronger coordination, and also a stronger inclusion. This one is the basic. So let's discuss stepping stone towards more coordination, strategic inclusion, and also resilience entrepreneurial future for Africa. This one is the basic thing we learn from this panel discussion. I would like to say thanks for all panelists and also for audiences. Thank you very much.
So I will briefly keep our panelists on the stage. If anybody has any burning questions they would like to ask them? Okay, we have a question over there. Can I have somebody assist me with the microphone?
Okay, thanks for. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank all the members behind the African startup ecosystem building. It's very amazing. I have a little one or a couple of questions for. Actually, I have 3 questions. Number one, I would like to ask for the guy from Kenya. You say, do we need more or better? I know it's a nice way of presenting it, but how can we identify the better unless otherwise we are doing more? And how can we attain better startups or options by doing less, by in terms of your way? And for Dr. Wanderson, so let's say we found the interested guys, the entrepreneurs or the sparkers from the, as you say, it's very difficult to get the interested ones to start foundations and startups. How can we make them, how can we change that spark, the entrepreneurs into organization, or how can we change the spark into a blaze without tackling the challenge that is for sure we are discussing that there is a wide problem in the implementation or in the bureaucracy sector. How can we attain that? How can we, circumvent the situation? Lastly, for the woman, for the only woman, what was the predominant cause of the startup going under in a year in your country? What is that a lack of supervision or a consumer or something else that can we take a lesson? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the evidence we have would be we need to be better at getting the right data that shows whether business are growing or not. I think for long we're checking boxes in terms of how many workshops did they attend, how many was there in the program, etc. But what was the output? What really was the growth of the businesses and the entrepreneurs we're going through, and how does that then show in their performance in terms of revenue, in terms of daily, ultimately profitability, in terms of job creation and the other metrics that we have. So there is a sobering conversation around, do we measure any of this? And then there's a sobering conversation with the funders as well. Are the programs and activities long enough that we can measure this? Because we have a lot of activities that are 3 months or 6 months. It is not possible then to see is the performance of that. But we still get indicators from the entrepreneurs who attend whether this is something that they see is creating value for them in their business. You can say, many people would then look at and say, no, the ability to attract capital would be another indicator. And I think it is a indicator, but then it assumes that capital is available. It assumes that capital is available in a fair, transparent, open way, which is often not the case. So we'll see also that certain sectors have a higher ability to attract capital. We see that teams of a certain composition with certain educational backgrounds are more likely. So it's not necessarily a reflection of how good the entrepreneur support organization was. But I think there is a need to find it. And you could say, depending on what we do, otherwise there will be standards put to us, and then there'll be certification put to us. And I think we can then decide, will we clean house, or will we wait for others to decide for us what success looks like? And again, then we might be asked to validate, but we're not the ones defining what this looks like.
I'm going to try to answer your question as briefly as I can. So in a space where you have or an environment rather where you've availed funding to entrepreneurs, which we then think is like the first thing that we need. I think the reverse should happen. First, you need to capacitate. You need to, if you have to have like 3 to 6 months boot camp to actually look at those businesses. There has to be intense research and development in terms of that, right? Let's build that spirit of entrepreneurship. Let's build the ideas themselves if the spirit is already there, and work with these startups, incubate them in such a way. I think that there is incubation, but it's not enough. We are not doing enough incubating, and we're not doing enough to develop these projects before we give the entrepreneur 50,000 to say, okay, fine, we're giving you 50,000. This is what you said you needed. I know a lot of you watch your Dragon's Den and things like that, right? When the entrepreneurs come there, you can see that there's already a project that's been developed. There's already an existing market that they need to, supply, and therefore they need that X amount to, be it to, grow supply or just like tweak something within the product. But when we start, especially in ecosystems that are still developing, we still need to really work on the projects, build prototypes, etc. So I know it might take a lot of funding, a lot of actors, and this is where the private public sector engagement comes about if we want to build thriving ecosystems and entrepreneurs. And so by the time our 6 months is done and we're giving you X amounts of money, you have an understanding of what you're doing, what your market is, and how your market behaves. Also, then after we give you this X amount of money, we need to be there, like do a lot of monitoring and evaluation, be with you every step of the way until we can let you fly out of the nest. I think that then reduces the rate of failure. Unfortunately, if as much as we would love everyone to succeed, that might not be the case, and that's okay because that I don't know. We have different thought processes. Some believe everybody can be entrepreneurs, others believe that they can't. But when you put measures in place to ensure that there's intentionality in, we're not just funding you, we're funding you to grow, we're incubating you to grow, and then you're able to, then we see the return on that project. If your project isn't marketable or if it's not sustainable, then we will know before we give you X amount of money.
All right, thank you very much. I think the question is about the policy, right? Without policy support, how we can just cultivate entrepreneurship in a country, right? So for me, I don't think we have, like before, some complicated policies right now. Even we have a policy supporters like startup proclamation and national strategies about entrepreneurship, and also a lot of adjustments or improvements from government side and the like. The big problem for fostering this entrepreneurship and ecosystem enrichment in the country is about collaboration. For this, I put forward this communication and integration needs to be now should take attention by government or the ecosystem actors, participants, and the like. Discussion and integrations to start. That is the point. Even one window service now is working, right? There's just some improvements and starters for encouraging entrepreneurship. About regional integration, I think this is the start. This is the beginning where we are trying to connect around the region and then later to global and the like. The ultimate intention is what is making better tomorrow, right? That is all about. So it's not only to Ethiopia and region and Eastern Africa or Africa and the like. Just better tomorrow. For this, the only solution we have is just to start collaboration and discussion, and then through this, by facing some challenges and resolving those challenges, possible to realize those deemed ecosystem.
All right. Once again, thank you to our fantastic moderator and our amazing panelists. Thank you for this very interesting panel. So in the interest of time, I don't want to hold you hostage. You are very free, but in the interest of time, and in order to stay on schedule, here's what I suggest. We were supposed to have a coffee break before we get into the next panel, but I suggest that we really hold on, we stay together, and we sacrifice our coffee break in order to go straight to the lunch. What do you think? Yeah? And I will ask my next moderator to really try to, keep the discussion to very much the necessary amount. So are we good with that? I need to hear you, yes? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. So for the next panel, we will be talking about the foundational role of academia in shaping Africa's innovative future. And so for this panel, I would like to invite Dr. Ethiopia Legesse, who is our moderator for this very interesting session. So Dr. Ethiopia Legesse, please join me on stage. The stage is yours. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Solomon Kiros, Director for the Office of Innovation and Engagement from Addis Ababa University. Please help me welcome him. Okay, and the second panelist, I would like to invite Dr. Lipswerk, Director of Startups from Addis Ababa University. Please help me welcome him. And the last one, Dr. Amara Abawa. He's the Quality Assurance Officer in the rank of Associate Dean under Quality Assurance Office. Please help me welcome him. Okay, today we are here to move beyond critic into creation. So our conversation is centered on a powerful question, which is what does a truly African university acting as a center for indigenous and impactful innovation look like? And we are here to imagine and strategize how to build it. There are a number of 4 themes that I will be raising. Since you have suggested that we handle it together, the themes, I'll be asking it together, and also in the interest of time, so we will not be going one by one. The theme 1 that I would like you to discuss is diagnosing the inherited colonial model. What is it? And this is because before we discuss what the future ought to be, we need to have a common understanding of the present reality. So our goal is to identify the specific tangible aspects of the current university and innovation systems that are legacies of colonialism, or in other words, the colonial mindset, okay? The second theme is reimagining the role of the African university, that is moving on from what is to what could be, okay? So the goal is to define the new decolonized mandate for an African university. How can universities become living labs that partner with local communities, artisans, entrepreneurs, elders, farmers to co-create solutions? If you can share, some examples, exciting examples, because you have interesting roles that can lead perhaps, not only Addis Ababa University, maybe perhaps the continent at large. The third theme is how to nurture innovation in Africa. How can we respectfully and ethically integrate indigenous knowledge systems with modern scientific methods? While integrating indigenous knowledge systems, we really need to be cognizant of also the modern scientific methods, and also other existing knowledge systems. So this is something we would like you to discuss. The last one is building the ecosystem and overcoming barriers to identify actionable steps for different stakeholders. And so this is the last one that I want you to deal with. And in relation to the fourth theme, there are two issues that I would like you to consider. For instance, what kind of funding models are needed to support this new type of research and innovation that is moving away from donor agendas that may not align with local priorities. And the second one is, what's the role of government policy, the private sector, and the Pan-African collaboration in building and sustaining this decolonized innovation ecosystems? And so I would like Dr. Amara to start from the general discussions, and then we will move on to Dr. Solomon, and then to Dr. Lipsawek. So, Dr. Amara, please.
Thank you very much. Questions are so packed. It seems it's going to sacrifice our lunch, which is not going to happen, I believe. Thank you so much. It's a narrative of colonization, decolonization of innovation. I think you are trying to make us quarrel with our fish givers. I think I agree with partly with the team, but that is because we didn't do what we ought to do. We are producing, as academic institution, as university, we are producing clerk, not innovators that much, and the success criteria was different. That did not touch the ground. We have been evaluating our professors and institutions in terms of publication and citation. That did not solve the real problem. So we need to change that narrative, I believe. How we can do so? We can touch the curricula that we are using. We can consider the indigenous knowledge rather than decolonizing the innovation. I believe it's good to say indigenizing the innovation so that the indigenous knowledge will not be ignored. So how can we get into this? If we are trying to introduce or prioritize or consider the indigenous knowledge as well, how can we get into it? As previous speakers were trying to say it well, collaboration is very important. Not only North-South, South-South collaboration is very important because that's where we share most of the problems as an African. In doing so, the problem definition can be considered in-out perspective. Our problems have been defined by Western from the North, and they come up with a fund. We have to comply because we have to get that funding anyway. Then our problems remain unsolved. That has to be changed, I believe. We have to identify our problem, then we can go for funding later on. For that to happen, regional collaboration and regional cooperation is very important, which I said, South-South collaboration. In terms of that platform, I think academic institutions can be part of it. Public and private has to be partnered. And in terms of, I think that narrative is because of the resource. Whoever has the resource will be powerful. If we have that resource, the narrative could be changed. I mean, we would be able to identify and define our own problem. The financing model that you mentioned at the end of the term, African Union, I think the model can be from different tiers. In 2010, I believe, the African Union has set target. 1% of the GDP can be considered as a budget to be spent in research and development. Some countries whose universities, whose academic institutions are a bit better, like South Africa and Egypt, they are doing good in terms of meeting that target. But when it comes to our case, we are a bit lagging behind, which is 0.27% of our GDP is spent for research. If we are not spending for research and development, it's not possible to innovate. If we are not innovating, then the entrepreneurship ecosystem, the startup may not come up. That is what I can say for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Amara. So we will continue with Dr. Solomon. With all the questions that I have raised, there are so many, but you can answer them, from your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to say a few points, if you see our curriculum, in most cases, they are not encouraging the critical thinking and creativity, as well as it's not encouraging for the changing of the mind setup of our students on entrepreneurship. So currently we have revised this issue and we focus on the critical thinking and innovation as well as entrepreneurship of our students just to give them a course. So the course, entrepreneurship course is currently introduced to all undergraduate students. At their first year, they will learn what entrepreneurship means. But before, it was not encouraging. We are looking only on the hard science and social science only, but we do not know what innovation is, what critical thinking is, and what is entrepreneurship. So I think in the earlier panel discussion, I think I can say that the main issue or the main problem of the country, especially in Ethiopia, is it's not about the fund, it's not about the policy, by the way. It's about the mindset up of our creator or our student and our staff. And any person, is it really thinking about a new, innovative idea that can be commercialized? So this system was not present earlier, so now this one is encouraged. The other thing is, in the earlier time, just if you see our curriculum, it's not focusing the indigenous knowledge or indigenous knowledge and technology. Because more of the time, we are focusing on the scientific only. Because in Ethiopia, and not only Ethiopia, in Africa, we have a rich culture in traditional medicine, in traditional technology, and in traditional education system. For example, in Ethiopia, we have the religion education system before the scientific education system is coming. So our education system was not incorporating those all things, but now we are trying to revise it and to incorporate about this one. Again, our university now establishing a research center that can focus on the indigenous knowledge system. So we have now established it to focus. So this indigenous knowledge can be used to innovate our cultural, our traditional technology. You know that we have the medicine issue, we have the technology. You know how Lalibela, how Aksum is built some hundreds years ago. So we have to bring all these things using this research center. The other thing is what we are doing currently is in our university to encourage the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have developed this policy and guidelines on innovation and entrepreneurship. And also Dr. Lipsa will explain it later. Even startup policy also is already developed. So we have developed also the guideline and then starting to implement it. So in order to implement, Addis Ababa University now is tag a fund that call it Innovation Fund to encourage the innovation and incubation of our staff and our students to bring them from this ideal and innovative idea into startup, which that was led by Dr. Lipsa. So we are working on this to improve the ecosystem or the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The other thing what we are doing now is just we have establishing this what you call private entrepreneurship, private partnership with our university. So how we are creating this partnership is just we are using Addis Ababa University Industry Forum. So we have established a forum that can focus private sectors. So we are strongly working with them. So we are discussing together, and we have 2 times a year, we have a meeting. So they will explain their problems, and based on that problem, we are developing a proposal. Then Addis Ababa University prepared a research fund, we call it University Industry Matching Fund. So our university will fund 30% and the industry will fund 70%, so to solve such kind of problems. So we are a little bit now focusing into our local problems instead of focusing into the international partner, because the research fund coming from the international partner is most of the time is based on the international partner interest, not based on our interest. So now we are gearing into our interest to give a solution to the local partnership. And the other thing what we are currently doing at Addis Ababa University is we have established Research and Innovation Fund. So this fund is mostly focusing on the innovation, startup, and overall entrepreneur ecosystem development. So by doing this one, just currently we are starting and just we are at infant stage, but hopefully after 3 years we'll reach what we are planning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think let me start first a bit summary from what Dr. Amara mentioned. He was talking about there is a low level of financing for innovation, maybe even lower than 1%, if I remember correctly. But then Dr. Solomon mentioned that the issue is not, financing; it's mindset. And so, and then he mentioned the current initiatives. One was very interesting: 30% contribution by university, if I'm correct, and 70% of the funding by the industry, or is it vice versa? Or is it the same? 30%. That's correct. Okay. So there's a funding scheme which is called the matching industry. Was what's the name? The matching industry was a university. Yeah.
To solve if the industry has a sort of problems.
Yeah.
Just to make them competitive and to increase their productivity. So in most cases, what they are doing is they are inviting person from outside. So, but currently, because of the shortage of this foreign currency, they are in a problem to invite people, experts from outside. So during our meeting, just we have establishing Addis Ababa University Industry Forum. So we have an establishment document, and we have developed together with 12 industries, we have developed an implementable strategic plan. So every year we are doing with that strategic plan. So what they are raising every time is some of the challenges can be solved by our researchers in our university. So, but they have a shortage of fund. So in order to increase and to bring them on board, Addis Ababa University now is taking the initiative to cover 30% of the budget. And the industry will bring 70% of the budget. That's how we are going to do it.
All right. So thank you. So we can see now there is a kind of a solution to the issue raised by the priorities set by the funding agencies or donors, and now it's more, trying to find solutions for indigenous problems, and so there is an initiative. And with that, we continue with Dr. Lipswarg and more initiatives that the university has taken in terms of the startup and innovation. And if you can discuss any of the 4 themes, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It is going to be really hard to speak last because I need to sieve into what they have been said. But I just wanted to mention one of the 2 themes. The first one is decolonization of innovation. The first issue is we have inherited, even if we are not colonized, we have inherited the academic system from abroad, and it has its own difficulties embedded in it. And the other one is there is the research rewards foreign journals over local solutions. For example, we have a lot of problem in food security, in health, and in water resources. But most of the researchers, they are trying to focus on other issues. Like, let me typically give you some example. I know some researchers, they are trying to come up with an algorithm for a Netflix to find out the best view. But I need my best minds to solve my problem. We have a lot of issues with food. We do have insecurities with climate and other vulnerabilities. So the misalignment of research is one of the issues. The other one is our academic environment is not really supportive of startups because we have structured courses which doesn't give a space for a student to explore outside of their curricular activities. To elevate that kind of thing, in Addis Ababa University, we try to come up with innovation centers where students can somehow exercise and look into problems and try to come up with solutions. If this is successful, they will be funded, and at the same time, they will go to the startup center, which I lead. In Addis Ababa University, we didn't have that kind of venue where either the academicians or a student or an alumni can work on viable business ideas. But starting from last year, we have established Addis Ababa University, which is Addis Ababa University Startup Center, which is a venue for a student, an academician, or an alumni can work on their products. In this case, in most of the cases, like Addis Ababa University, seems that it is closed for an outsider, but now it is open. Anyone who has a crazy idea who wanted to work with our researchers, the door is open. And the other thing which I wanted to take into the academics is our education is built on how to acquire knowledge, not to create a solution. Because if you know, in the academics, we call it the Bloom's taxonomy, where this taxonomy is divided by, the first one is remember, the second one is analyze, the third one is evaluate, the last one is synthesizing. In most of the cases, we really focus on the first 3, which we lack some of the skills in getting synthesized problem and solving this kind of issues. So these are some of the areas which I was really trying to look into, because most of the things have been said by the 2 of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe something that you have not, the 3 panelists, that I would like you perhaps to say something is on what is the role of Pan-African collaboration and building and sustaining this new innovation ecosystem. And some of you were saying, okay, let's not call it decolonization, or maybe let's call it innovation. That's Dr. Amhara's, I think, a point of view. But there is also an idea that, yes, we have inherited prior legacy models. And so anyhow, we can call it new or decolonized innovation ecosystems. So what's the role of Pan-African collaboration?
Thank you again. I think that is the best solution. You know, why I don't want to call that decolonization is we need to take the blame. We are not doing what we were supposed to do. We are not forced to do that, but we are complaining because of the resource. That resource is not committed. It's not deployed here internally. Then we have to hunt for the resources. Then we have to complain anyway. That's why. Because I want us to take the blame, but I'm not ignoring the problems that we are facing. African problems are still there. The poverty is there. The electricity, lack of electricity is there. Lack of access to health is there. But we are not giving any solution for the problems that have been there for long. And we need to take the blame. How we can resolve this now? I think you raise a very good point, which is Pan-Africanism collaboration. My colleague, Dr. Lipswork, was speaking about the ecosystem that is created in university academia. That is one thing, but we need to start collaboration from within the country. We need to open our campuses up for the community as well, so that we can co-create things in a very collaborative way. So we don't have to, it should not be confined to academic environment. The town and gown supremacy has to be bridged a little bit, I believe. When it comes to Pan-Africanism, I said it earlier, a South-South collaboration is very important. A South-South collaboration. We share most of the problems together, and I believe we can identify those problems and redefine that problems internally, the in-out perspective. We need to define our problem, and we need to seek solution from in as well. But to do that, it's undeniable fact that we are in resource constraints. That's why African Union has set a target. Nobody has fulfilled that. If you see the global average, it is 2.2% of the GDP. But when it comes to Africa, it is 0.5, nearly 0.5%. If we don't have that kind of resources, even if we collaborate, we may not be. So I think a commitment is expected from government, individual government. Regional collaborations, for example, we have one alliance, which we call African Research Universities Alliance, ARUA. They are trying their best so that they are trying to bring African solutions for African problems, but still the resource is constrained. They are trying to get fund from abroad, which we are blaming. So I think collaboration will be capitalized if we can sustain funding. And at least 1% of the GDP is not, I think, that much. If we are committed enough to contribute that, we can work on research and development, which could lead us into innovation, then startup will be given then after. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Amara. Dr. Solomon, you can take it from where he...
Yeah, just to explain one point is, because, you know, the Pan-Africanism is very important because we have a similar setting, especially in the indigenous knowledge and culture. So we have to capitalize and we have to utilize this knowledge through experience. So, for example, you will have experiences. You can share experiences with North-South and South-South. But because of the similarity what we have and the similarity of our developmental stage, it is better to take the experience and to do it in your respective country. So that's one of the issues. The second is, the resources currently, especially research fund is decreasing, especially from the Western countries. So it is better to utilize the South-South collaboration. And this is currently strongly increasing, especially in the Arwa workshop. What we have observed is just people even from different African countries are start before. The only Arwa members are participated in that conference, but currently different African countries, even not member of that Arwa, but they are participating. So this indicating that we can give a solution, but the solution, it should be impactful. That's one of the big issues we need to stress it, because in most African countries, their ranking is based on their publication only. So they are focusing on publication. So this should be changed. And this, for example, my product cannot be a big issue for European countries, but my product can be a very important for African countries. So this Pan-Africanism, it should be impactful through commercializing these products produced in different African countries.
Thank you. Yes, you have raised a very important issue, Dr. Solomon. You have implicitly raised the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that we have, and perhaps that there should be more, that companies should be thinking in terms of exporting to maybe African countries who may need the product, and the quality issue may not be raised that much. Of course, they have to work harder. And so the Pan-African collaboration, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and then the broader, the South-South cooperation, that's also interesting issues that you have raised. So Dr. Lipsower, can you continue with that?
Yeah. Continental collaboration, it is a must these days. If you take, for example, in the AI and robotics area, we need to collaborate, because in the AI area, the data which they are using to train is their own data, which is not going to reflect ours. Typically, for example, previously, the image recognition software they were developing using AI was trained in other images, for example, the European or the whites, and it is not working in African faces. That was one of the issues. And at the same time, for other kind of AI solutions, unless otherwise we collaborate and own our own data, it's not going to work. For sure, we need to have our own solution. For that case, we need to have our own collaboration. The other one is our friend from Botswana. She was saying that we have a lot of walls between in the continent. We need to break down. And what about having a free startup passport, so that I can go to Kenya, I can go to Botswana, and pitch my ideas and sell my products. That is one of the openness issues. We can solve it that way. And the third one is we need to have our own funds, so that we can give it to Africans for African solutions. This is one of the issues. We don't have much collaboration in this area, but we need to start right now. Thank you.
Thank you. You raised a very interesting idea. Startup, what did you call it?
Startup passport.
Startup passport. The barriers for trade, the barriers for the movement of people and movement of capital, and all that barriers amongst African countries, I think we need to work on removing it step by step, of course. There are a number of negotiations, but it's in the right direction. And so with this, I think perhaps the time has, it's time for lunch. As you know, I'm an academician, I have more questions, but I will end it with this. So if you have any questions, you are free to ask any of the panelists. and I will open the floor for the audience to ask questions. Thank you. So we have 4 questions. Can you please facilitate? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I am Amir, ecosystem builder and a system entrepreneur from Eastern Ethiopia. Currently, I am leading a youth entrepreneurship hub. During our activity, I really appreciate with your overall insights on indigenous knowledge and indigenous innovation potential that we have as a one source of our resources. So currently we are supporting young users, especially those innovators across our Eastern Ethiopian regions, and also we are supporting them from their idea to their enterprise. My question and insight was regarding the issue of an African continental free trade. When supporting them, currently, majority of our young innovators are on the direction of developing their idea considering the African continental free trade. I directly contacting with them, and also they are doing that. In overall, my questions and idea as a recommendation is how we can collaborate and coordinate our overall activity. For example, I think according to the Dr. Solomon from Addis Ababa University, yes, you have starting somewhat beauty activity, but how we can coordinate or expand your insight or your initiative to overall Ethiopia, and also you can expand your initiative to overall Africa. That's my general questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's a very critical question, actually. Well, now we are starting our innovation center. Earlier, it was one center at Addis Ababa University. But now what we have done is, in collaboration with the Addis Ababa University Startup Center, just we have started to expand our innovation centers to be at different colleges, to give time, to give availability and accessibility to all students in each college. So currently we have at Addis Ababa University College of Technology. Next, we are constructing now at College of Natural Science. And also site was selected at College of Health Sciences. So now we are expanding. Then our plan is to establish a sort of satellite campuses. That's we have a plan. We have put it in our strategic plan, by the way. So to expand our availability, to expand and to get innovative products or services, we want to, but this will start from the 2019 of Ethiopian calendar. Just will start in different parts of the country as satellite centers. That's one of our plans to reach different peoples, yeah. But if we have a budget, that will be happen here.
Okay. Thank you. So the second question.
Thank you. I'm from Addis Ababa University. Having seen such type of forum is really should be appreciated, and such type of forum should have a media or should have a channel just either like either on ETV or you should have just a forum. And what's your commitment? Most of you are from academic institutions. Academic institutions without service cannot be successful. And what's your commitment to bring the service on board? Without the service, academic activities cannot be successful. For example, medical institutions. Without the service, academic institutions cannot be successful. So, what's your commitment to bring the service on board? This is what I want to raise.
Thank you. You are right. Actually, we are all academic staff, and yeah, we have also this additional position works. But if you see it, the structural organization of Addis Ababa University, currently it is a little bit revised now. So in our case, for example, in my case, I have a full-time deputy director that can work on that. So I am focusing on the strategic issues. I'm focusing on the partnership issues, but all the other activities, daily activities, will be done by the what's called deputy directors. And the second point is, I came to this position because I'm very interested in innovation, and I'm a researcher. I have my own products from research outputs. I have a patent. So because of this all, I have the passion also to expand innovation, by the way, and entrepreneurship in this country. So I'm fully committed for such kind of activity, actually. But also, as I told you, the structure by itself, it has a deputy director which is working a full-time activity for this.
Yeah, I can understand your question because we are academicians, and I know that we are busy in the other side, but as Dr. Solomon said, that we have this passion, because in Ethiopia, if we wanted to change the whole dynamics, we need to intervene in 3 areas. The first one is in food security, because if you are not feeding your population, you're not going to somehow make a change. The second one is in innovation. And the last one is in education. So I believe that one of the things we are trying to do in Addis Ababa University is to bring all the research outputs which can be used to the society. And saying that, if you are asking our commitments, it's not right to brag about that one, but I studied in South Korea, and in our campus we have KAIST startup. We have seen that a lot of research output have an outlet to the market. So that kind of model should work in Addis Ababa University. And because of that, when I came to Addis Ababa University back in 2019, or just before COVID, we have established AIT Innovation Center. Now we can see that a lot of students has a venue to gather and work on their innovative ideas. I can say that we are committed. And on top of that, on AU Startup, we have an advisor. Growth Africa is our advisor, who is helping us to shape the dynamics and the ecosystem around the university. So the commitment is there, and we are working on it. And trust me, we will have an output in 2 or 3 years.
Thank you. I think your concern is already addressed by officials Despite the individual commitment, the university is committed. You can see it in its strategic plan. We can assure you that. I'm happy that my friend from Eastern Ethiopia region is supporting youth, and those startups are directed toward the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I think that's a good initiation, but we don't have to leave them blind. We have to support them well so that they will not be encouraged once they are in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There were two individuals who raised their hands. Let me. Twice, so you're okay? Okay, your questions, is it answered? The person who raised your hands?
If I may intervene,
Yeah.
just for the sake of time, please keep your questions concise so that we can proceed to the lunch break, okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, I would like to say thank you. My question is very short and concise. Yeah, I know Addis Ababa University has AAU startups since announcing from Autonomous University. And also, I heard a lot of questions from postgraduate students. Most of the students publish a lot of papers, and AU has a digital library. I am also a postgraduate student at Addis Ababa University studying environmental science. So my question is how the university is going to change a published paper into startup ideas and for too competitive. This is my question.
Okay, Dr. Lipsor ይመልስና በዛው እንጨርስ. Okay. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yes, sorry. Can I just actually a single question what I have, or the way of you set up the question that innovation as linked with that colonization, this is most of Africans' mindset. I don't like basically because colonization had been an issue for Asians. This day, Asians come over this sort of problem. I don't know why most of the time we are looking that sort of mindset and putting entrepreneurship, innovation as under question mark. We put all the time that. So what, I don't know why we all the time put that, because as we said that entrepreneurship, innovation needs collaboration. And the other thing that we are still looking for resource somewhere else. Just where the West had a resource, now the amount is decreased, as Professor said. So now we are looking for the Asian or the Chinese. We have to look at the resource from us. We should never look at anywhere else. That's my comment. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Maybe I will address the last question, okay? Because I think...
You were again, just you were repeated this again and
yeah,
again. Yeah,
and so, well, the main theme was given to us. So we had to, discuss related questions from the main theme. And the idea of decolonization or inherited model, I think, it's basically, I think if I can sum it up, since the priorities were set outside, for instance, one, then addressing our own priorities could be the way, the lens that we can be looking at it. And the second one is perhaps the education system, what's valued and so on. The scientific aspect, it's really important. We need to integrate to that. However, we also need to find solutions for our problems because we seem not to be finding solutions as things are. And so we have to really unpack what's wrong with the current inherited model and how can we problematize our own issues and how can we get the funding, and then also how can we solve the problems. And so the panelists, they have been discussing how Addis Ababa University has been engaged in particularly that kind of activity. And so perhaps the others that you can mention, yeah.
Yeah, let me answer the first question. You were saying that how we can translate the research output to a product. So we have a motto, from shelf to market. So we have been touring around the labs and the professors who are being engaged in research so that we can somehow identify potential ideas which can be marketable. And through that, we have 102 applicants as a group, and we have selected more than 26 shortlisted startup ideas to incubate, and we are working on that. On the colonization, let me add one point, and I will finish. And what we are saying is that even if we are not colonized with the sense of like in the 40s or 60s, we are colonized in the models. For example, the Western-centric startup model. Innovation is not an innovation if it is not serving the Western or the Europeans. And even I have seen a lot of pitch where I can find the founders and the co-founders, and they say proudly they are a college dropout. What the heck? They are mentioning Mark Zuckerberg or Gates as a model. These are an outlier. You don't have to be a college dropout to be a successful entrepreneur or a successful startup. So this kind of idea colonization should be somehow strategically dissected and at the same time tackled well. Because I'm an educator, I don't want my students to drop out to start their company. I know that it might be the right time, but at the same time, education can give you resilience. And at the same time, I can say that he is enduring 4 years study to get this kind of, and I can measure that his resilience. And as a startup or as an entrepreneur, grit and resilience is the important concept. And through that, they can learn. And a fresh graduate doesn't know, I'm sorry to say that, doesn't know how the market operates, what kind of societal problem we do have. So the best way is go out to the community and find out the problem and get back to the design model so that you can understand the real value of the market. And that is what we call the decolonization of the innovation concept. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think perhaps we can end it with this and with the idea or with the message for all of us to think how to build a future where African universities are the engine of the African-led solution. And so with this, I end the discussion. And thank you so much for the panelists and also for the audience. Thank you.
Please stay for a picture so that we can commemorate this panel. So once again, thank you to our fantastic moderator, Dr. Ethiopia, and our esteemed panelists as well. So without further ado, I know I've been waiting for this moment. The lunch break. Yes? I'm very hungry. So I was told that the lunch is prepared on the ground floor. So we will all head downstairs and let's aim to come back at 2 p.m. Okay, 2 p.m. Let's try to begin our afternoon session with full energy, bellies full, and with a positive outlook. So I hope this morning's sessions were good. Did you enjoy it? Did you gain some wonderful insights? Yes? Okay, fantastic. So more to come this afternoon. We will see a lot of things, a lot more panel discussions and workshops. So I wish you bon appétit. Enjoy your lunch break, refresh yourselves, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Please, 2 p.m. Do not forget.
got cookies with those American cookies with the chocolate. It's really helping us. More than the percentage, this is helping us. Things that were that I keep quiet. Yeah. But yeah, she was remember to share her experiences living with nice. Talking about like 5 pages. Now she has around 5 or 6 pages. I sometimes feel it's hard to figure out what she has. Sure. Now working with doctors. The cafe is another one. The other series. Doctors. That's something. Okay. That's something, and she basically, yeah, she works with doctors. International. She has a bit of experience in the medical field.
You see a difference? I'm more energetic now. I had coffee, I had food. I'm very happy. I'm very pumped to be here. Okay. When I say ASIB, you say summit, okay? Because I need to get your energy up. Because I know you're full, you're probably feeling sleepy. But we're gonna do this exercise because I need you here present with me, okay? So when I say ASIB, you say summit. ASIB? 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 Okay, I like that. So now that we have our energy, now that we have our full attention, we're going to start our afternoon session. So we have some presentation, some workshop, some panel discussion. So I hope it's going to be very engaging and very interesting for you. So to begin with, we have our very special guests from Mayotte. Donc, bienvenue encore une fois. Nous sommes très ravis de vous avoir ici parmi nous. So our dear friends from Mayotte will be doing a tech showcase in regards to the work that they've been doing in Mayotte. Of the Departmental Council of Mayotte, responsible for digital affairs. So I would like to invite her to the stage to give the tech showcase presentation from our friends from Mayotte. So let's please give her a warm round of applause to invite her to the stage. And so I know it's been, I don't know how long it takes to travel from Mayotte to Addis, because I've never even considered to check that. But it's such a pleasure to have you here. Must be a long travel time, yeah? Yeah. So thank you all for being here. Wow. And I noticed some of you just arrived, so yeah. So once again, please, let's welcome Madame Zamimou.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I am Zamimou Ahmadji, the Vice President of Mayotte Consular in charge of finance, European affairs and digital technology. It is an honor for me to represent Mayotte at this event. Mayotte is a French island located between the west coast of Madagascar and the east coast of Africa. Mayotte is also an outermost region of the European Union. The position of Mayotte makes it a natural bridge between Europe and Africa. Mayotte shares with its neighbors, the Comoros, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Kenya, a common history, the same culture, and we also share the same language, the Swahili. I think we also share the same challenge: young population, job creation, climate resilience, and digital transition. We can address these challenges together through concrete cooperation. For example, regarding our young population, education and mobility are key elements. We can promote exchanges of students, researchers, and entrepreneurs between Mayotte and the country of the East Africa coast. When it comes job creation, we can encourage exchanges between incubators, develop regional programs for startups as ASEP or Webcam. Regarding climate resilience, blue economy is a significant opportunity of Mayotte and East Africa. We can enhance our marine resources, support new maritime technology, and accelerate the transition to renewable energies. Finally, we must combine our effort to face together these challenges of cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. As a European territory, Mayotte has direct access to European Union funds and programs such Interreg and FEDER. The financial instrument can be used to support our regional project and connect us. As SEB perfectly embody this spirit. In conclusion, I would like to thank Mayotte InTech for this wonderful collaboration with Africa through ASEB, and I wish our startup entrepreneurs every success. Thank you for your attention. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Madame Zamimou. You highlighted a very important element in this Mayotte East Africa collaboration, which is the fact that Mayotte is a member of the EU. So that is a partnership that we can really capitalize on. I think so. Okay. So once again, thank you, Madame Zamimou. Next, we have a presentation and a discussion by the BIC Ethiopia, so the Business Innovation Center, Ethiopia. My excuses. So before we go into the BIC Ethiopia discussion, we actually have the showcase by our guests from Mayotte. So please help me welcome them to the stage so they can demonstrate their innovations.
Hello, everyone. Hello. How many of you struggle with bad internet connection? Everyone. Okay. Imagine an island where 50% of population still can rely on internet access, where a student climbs on top of the house to download homework, where an entrepreneur paused a project because the connection dropped. That was Mayotte before the tropical storm Shido. Now it's 80% of population can't rely on their connection. This challenge became our mission. Infinitel was born with the simple belief. Digital access is not a privilege, it's a foundation. It's a foundation for education, it's a foundation for economic growth, a foundation for health systems. At Infinitel, we offer solutions adapt to the island reality. Tropical climate, steep landscape, isolate village. Where most companies saw a dead end, we saw a blueprint for innovation. We built a complete system engineering, deployment, long-term maintenance, and training of local talent. Because connecting territory isn't only about laying fiber, it's empowering people. This work has already begun. In November, we won Startup Weekend 2024 For the 2025, we nominate TME 2025, select for a collaboration with Business from South Africa, already 20K investment, 80K in turnover, a fleet of 2 vehicles, consolidation of solid partner, customer connection, contact starting December 1st. We're raising 200K, our goal within the next 5 years. Deploy fiber optics on 70% territory, connect 50% of households, create 100 plus jobs. We plan profitability reached by 2028. This is not infrastructure, this is a revolution, one fiber line at a time. My name is Mamadi Mouini, co-founder of Infinitel. I'm a specialist and project manager in telecommunication, and I've built my experience at the heart of the island logistical, technical, and digital challenges. I found Infinitel with a clear vision. Empower Mayotte through local engineering, sustainable digital infrastructure, and long-term capacity building. Infinitel is not just my company, it's my commitment to shape a more connected, more competitive, and more inclusive Mayotte. Thank you, Addis Abeba. Thank you, Département de Mayotte, and thank you, Mayotte Intake.
Hi. Hi, I'm Aznar. I'm a physiotherapist, and I come here today with the organization in Maritime Tech. During my practice, I see several kinds of patients, and I would like to know who here has ever sprained ankle or torn a muscle. Yeah. And what was the first thing you did? What happened? No, put ice on it. But today we have a solution like rigid ice pack and comfortable wraps, cooling spray. All this solution fails to provide full, stable, comfortable cooling, and they restrict mobility. But I have a solution: Cryozen. Cryozen is a patented biocompatible wearable cooled therapy device designed to fit the body like a clothing. Instead of holding or strapping ice pack, you put Cryozen on, and the device uniform conforms the body, the anatomic to the limb, delivering uniform cooling exactly where it's needed. It stays in place, conforms, offer full severed coverage, and significantly improve the user's experience. We are currently fundraising. Cryozen is an attractive investment. Our patent is pending. They are not direct competitor specialized in this segment. The global market for orthotic and cooling relief products is valued between 1 billion and 4 billion annually. Demand is fueled by sport recovery, medical rehabilitation, osteoarticular condition, and wellness. And we'll develop 3 remain streams: direct e-commerce, B2B distrib, to the sports store, medical center, and pharmacies, and licensing and partnership enabling rapid international expansion without heavy manufacturing burden. Our roadmap: 2025 final product refinement, manufacturing optimization, and patent consolidation. 2026 since fundraising to scale production, secure certification, and expand internationally. 2027 establish global distribution and B2B partnership. Today, I'm looking to connect with investors to support our development. Cryozen has been tested during several competitions. it is not a good pack. Cryozen is a new category of cool therapy technology designed for confirm efficiency and performance. We are ready to learn this new category, so join us and bringing Cryozen to the world. Thank you, Addis Abeba. Thank you, Department of Mayotte. Thank you, Mayotte Tech. Thank you for your listening.
Bonjour. Salam. As we say in Swahili, mambo, and you answer poa. So can I try it again? Mambo? You say poa. Mambo? Right, you speak Swahili now. It's a great honor and it's quite a privilege for me to stand here with my fellows entrepreneurs from Mayotte, thanks to the French tech community and Mayotte in Tech. I am Jane Jacquin, fashion product manager turned entrepreneur. After working for fashion luxury brands in Paris, I founded my fashion brand, the first ready-to-wear designer label from Mayotte, my home island. Gala theme this year, have you seen in the program? It's expected to reach 31 billion USD by the end of the year. So I would like to know, and I think you are not, but let me ask, do we have Swahili people in the room? From Kenya, yeah, from Mayotte, great. So you already know the kanga. Kanga is our colorful printed cotton fabric, and we only wear it on the traditional way. So if we think about African fashion brand, from all over the countries of Africa, we can name them. But if you think about East Africa, specifically the Swahili coast, if I ask you, do you know any brand that uses the kanga 100% on their collection? There is none. And this is the gap that I am addressing with Jane Jacquin. Since 3 collections now that we are showcasing at the Swahili Fashion Week that takes place in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania every December, I am the only brand that uses the kanga 100% on my collection. And this fabric that I am wearing actually right now has a strong identity, and we are using it just to make it in a modern way with contemporary design to be able to wear it in our today's lifestyle. Jane Jacquin is already known locally and nationally. We have been nominated for the Startup Talent Competition in 2024, and I am nominated 2 years in a row by the Choiseul Institute as top 40 French entrepreneurs overseas. In July 2024, actually, we opened Jane Jacquin's first boutique in Mayotte, and we are proud to share our really first tractions. 60% repeat customer rate, 40% minimum gross margin, and we work in a network in terms of production with Zanzibar, Madagascar, Mauritius, and Mayotte. Today, we are distributed in a B2B systems with Partners Boutique in Mayotte and in Paris. And we are now preparing for our B2C with our e-commerce platform. Our statement in this brand is for us, by us, to share with the world. As we say in Shimaore, it's a kind of Swahili. Niamoja Uzalulu means stronger together. And that's what we do with Jane Jacquin. We make it to grow together. So we join and we build bridges between industries and local talent. Because with the right partners, we will move from a local brand to a continental force. So if you believe with me in fashion, in retails, and in distribution, let's talk. I can't wait to see your smart African attire and start this conversation with you tomorrow at the gala. Asante sana, marhaba, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Mommy! Mommy! I want my hair to be straight. Good afternoon.
I am Dr. Yumna Muhammad, the founder of Naifasi, a brand with a patented applicator comb that enables to reduce the time and the pain it takes to care for textured hair. A worldwide market with 72% of the worldwide female population having textured hair, with Africa being its biggest market with 700 women. And that was Hazelan, the little girl I used to care for every single time that her mom applied conditioner to her hair. You see, textured hair tangles really easily. The simple application of a hair care product required to powder hair into section, apply the product, distribute it with your hands, and then take a comb to detangle. The process can take more than 15 minutes. Children cry, just like Hazel, and mom dread the process, whether it's for themselves or for their children. I was inspired by our mothers. In my yard, to facilitate detangling, moms actually dip the comb in a mixture of water and oil to actually facilitate the process. The Deluxe Detangler, the Naifasi Deluxe Detangler, revived that tradition. Once you open it and actually fill it with a hair care product, it works with a mechanism that is similar to a ball pen. The roller rotates and apply what is in the comb to the hair. You're actually having local lubrication of the stangle. The result, pain-free and easy detangling. You're saving time up to 30 minutes and a much better experience for moms and children. Our first batch was sold out even before we received the goods in 11 countries. And testimonials include 5-year-old Shiba, wow, mom, this is amazing, I don't feel any pain. Or 26 years old professional Charlotte, my haircut day has never been this easy. Our patent has been granted in the UK, in the EU, in China, as well as in the US, in South Africa, Uganda, Kenya, and several other African countries. Our long-term strategy is to actually improve our offers to our customers by launching a hair care line. Then exploit our IP to develop applicator brushes for straight hair, but also applicator combs or brushes for the application of hair dye, homemade hair dye, or professionals. Currently, there are 2 competitors in the market. The first one, their product requires electricity to work. So you cannot use it in the shower, you cannot use it outside the house. The other one needs manual activation, and as such is not user-friendly when you think that you need to press to be able to have the product release and at the same time detangle. The Deluxe Detangler has a patented self-activated mechanism. It is user-friendly and it's cost-effective thanks to our manufacturing process. And as such, it's make it a very strong position to become a market leader. In addition, we have secured our supply chain. We have our manufacturing mold, which has a tooling unit lifetime of 300,000 units with a profit margin of 73%. A little bit about me. So I have 6 years experience working as a research engineer, and before as a research engineer, and I started my entrepreneurial journey in the UK. I recently moved back to Mayotte with Mayotte French Tech, and I'm really, really pleased to be in front of you today because I really believe that this product really aligned with the African market, and it's the first time I'm presenting in Africa. But beyond that, I'm a multiple award-winning scientist, including the prestigious British Royal of Academy Engineering Enterprise Fellowship, and as well as a sponsorship and subvention from Mayotte Council here. I let go of a promising career as an academic because for me, Naifasi is more than a detangler. It's actually about empowering women to love their hair, bringing joy in the experience, but also making an impact by giving 5% of our profit to coach young individuals. Today, I'm here to connect with potential distributors that are in the beauty sectors or investors with interest, with expertise into distribution, as well as marketing and branding. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thanks again for Mayotte InTech and French InTech for allowing us to be here today. And thank you for your attention.
Wow, I'm impressed by the youth of Mayotte. I mean, you guys are doing amazing work, honestly. telecom, healthcare, hair care, fashion. That you guys are just doing amazing work. Can we just give them one more round of applause? I mean, I am your client for each of your products, I swear. So, Madame Zamimou, if you could join us on stage so we can take a group picture to commemorate this moment. Donc, vraiment fantastique le travail que les jeunes de la Mayotte sont en train de faire. Nous sommes très, très fiers. Bah, Oups. Donc, la jeunesse de Mayotte, elle est formidable, elle est pétillante et elle est créative surtout. Donc, ça nous rend fiers de voir ça présenté en Éthiopie à Addis Abeba. Donc, merci encore une fois et bienvenue. J'espère que vous allez passer un bon moment à Addis Abeba. So also, I would like to encourage our participants here to connect with these young people, to share ideas, to discuss whatever you think. So please feel free to do that. All right. Next, we have the presentation by the BIC, the Business Innovation Center Ethiopia, which is a crucial partner in supporting innovation. So BIC supports agri-tech and agribusiness startups and MSMEs. So in moderating this panel discussion is Mr. Oliver Petzold, I hope I said that correctly, Mr. Oliver Petzold of Sequa, of the company Sequa. So please let's welcome Mr. Oliver to the stage so that he can lead this discussion for us. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Before I will invite the panelists to join me, I would like to say thank you for the amazing pictures we just have seen from Mayotte. I was really impressed. I have myself like 2 daughters like with curly hair, so please don't leave before the session. I would love to buy 2 copies of that product. Referring a little bit like to the session that we had right before lunch, is one thing that the friends from Mayotte have clearly shown is that entrepreneurship is a game beyond borders. I was a little bit like skeptical like when we had the colleagues from Addis Abeba University here, and I think it was clearly shown that we are living on the same planet, everyone, and that the market that we want to reach as entrepreneurs is not just like local markets or regional markets, it's like the global markets, and the colleagues from Mayotte, the founders, have really impressively shown where they sell their products. Congratulations to your success. It's really incredible. I would like to invite to the stage like 2 panelists. Daniel Abshir is the project manager of the Business Incubation Center of the Addis Abeba Chamber of Sectorial Associations. And also in second Daniel Asrat from an organization Menschen for Menschen. Before the 2 of them have the opportunity to introduce themselves a little bit more, few words to myself. My name is Oliver Petzold. I work for Sequa. It's a German development corporation organization, and we are running since 4 years here in Ethiopia a project called Big in Ethiopia. BIG stands for Business Incubation Communities. The program is co-funded by the European Union delegation in Ethiopia and co-funded by Ethiopian entrepreneurs. So it's a project that is co-funded by the private sector here in Ethiopia. The program has supported around 800 ventures with pre-incubation training with an amazing conversion rate. Today, like more than 40% of those pre-incubation, of those ventures that have received pre-incubation training are operational businesses. And the second track is like that we have supported around 500 small and medium enterprises in the field of agricultural value chains. Obviously, that's something we had it in the morning. Nobody is interested in how many people have you trained and like so how many people have attended. So it's all about like impact, and I can proudly share that those entrepreneurs have during the last 4 years created more than 5,000 new permanent jobs here in Ethiopia, and also have created around 15,000 gig worker opportunities that are still around. I think that's really impressive, and that's work that was done by those entrepreneurs, and like I'm really proud for their contribution. Obviously, like a program, our program, which is the donor program, like cannot train so many people ourselves, and it would not be efficient. We have done that with collaborating with 15 accelerators, incubators, entrepreneurship support organizations here in Ethiopia. Around 11 existing ones or 12 existing ones, and the program has also created 3 new incubators. Earlier in the morning, like we had this by the researcher from Addis Ababa University, like he addressed a couple of challenges like inclusiveness, which often means like that also rural, like people from rural areas can play in that game. The project has established 2 incubators outside of Addis Ababa, one in Harar in the east of Ethiopia, and one in Avassa in the south of Ethiopia. And the 3rd new incubator that we have established is actually attached to the oldest business membership organization in Ethiopia, the Addis Ababa Chamber of Commerce, with integration in mind, because we wanted to integrate like the startup ecosystem into the established business sectors and established business players. And the chamber has all those big players as membership base and can actually provide good guidance for new startups where are new opportunities. That is as a general framework, like what the program was doing. I also a little bit like referring to the sessions in the morning, don't be too critical with the donor community. I have to say we have to be really thankful, like as players in the Ethiopian ecosystem, for the continuous support we have received from the donor community over the last years. Like hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent into the entrepreneurial ecosystem during the last years, and without the generous support of like the donor community, we would not have the ecosystem at that stage where we are today. Just think about a foundation like MasterCard Foundation during the last 5 years have spent more than 60 million USD into the ecosystem, and mainly that money was supporting like players in the ecosystem and entrepreneurs from Ethiopia. I know it's like questions should be asked, there should be a critical dialogue, also like that this is in cooperation on eye level, but nevertheless we should as Ethiopian ecosystem be really grateful for the generous support of the donor community. I have said enough. I would like to give you the opportunity to quickly introduce yourselves, and then I will raise a couple of questions for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think my voice is loud enough. I'm Daniel Dender from Addis Chamber Business Innovation Center. I'm manager for AXA BIC. So I am currently overseeing 2 major programs at the center, which is Starter and the Catalyzer program. So in addition to this, I'm also supervising or overseeing Big Ethiopia funded, major activities, including, value chain studies, as well as building, or running the initiatives for Ethiopian startup ecosystem. So basically, we are providing supporters for startups in agri-tech and agribusiness. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. Let me introduce myself to you. I came from the city of peace, love, and tolerance. Is there anybody who guesses the name of this city in Ethiopia? Yeah, you're correct, correct. And one person raised his hand. I came from Harar. This city is located in the eastern part of Ethiopia. My name is Daniel Asrat. Unfortunately, both of us have the same name. His name is also Daniel. By profession, I have got master's degree in mechanical engineering, and I have served for almost 20 years as a lecturer in Agro-Technical and Technology College of Mention Foundation. But now I am shifted to be the manager of Technology Business Incubation Center, which is based in this college. Our incubation center is based in Agro-Technical and Technology College, Harar, but we have also two satellite colleges. One is in Shano Polytechnic College, and the other is in Walkit A. Actually, it is not Walkit A. It is Muhur Hagara Mariam. There is a college which is built by Mention for Mention, Hawariat College, and we are conducting incubations there. Our training programs have got two streams: starter business training and catalyzer business training. I don't want to discuss about the number of trainings given by us and the number of graduates. Okay, this is all about for introduction.
Thank you. I try to make it as short as possible. I think like the time, maybe I have like 2 or 3 questions for you. In the morning, in the initial sparkling presentation, the assistant professor from the university was quoting that was saying that incubators often work in isolation. And that's one of the main problems that we face also here in the Ethiopian ecosystem. I know like you try to overcome that problem. My question would be like, which strategic partnerships have you established and with your incubators, and how are they helping your incubator to succeed, to provide better services to the incubatees that you are serving?
Shall I proceed? Okay. Thank you. This is very interesting and critical question. So at this chamber, Business Innovation Center, we believe that working together or collaboration is very critical for robust startup ecosystem or entrepreneurial ecosystem in Ethiopia. So we don't want to work in isolation. Rather, we would like to partner with like-minded individuals, universities, hubs, and governmental organization as well. So at the Chamber Business Innovation Center is embedded at AXA. So currently we are leveraging, the AXA internal capacity, service departments, administrative, human resource, as well as AXA leadership. And also we are established or founded by the Big Ethiopia, but we need to collaborate. We believe we need to collaborate with universities, TVET, technical and vocational training institutes, and hubs. As I said, currently there are more than 15, hubs in Ethiopia. So it's an emerging, ecosystem. It's still growing. So we need to collaborate and work together for a greater impact in a prosperous private sector in Ethiopia. So, for instance, recently we have prepared or developed a project proposal in response to a call for proposal by the Finland Embassy, which is anchored on supporting disadvantaged groups, including women and disabled. So we believe that inclusiveness is very important in Ethiopian startup ecosystem. So it's focused on agri-tech and women entrepreneurship accelerator. So we are waiting for their response. So the other is we don't want to rely on donor-funded innovative project. Rather, we would like also to establish or create a reputation by having a program that are already crafted by the Big Ethiopia, like starter and catalyzer program. So in addition to this donor-funded projects, we will also would like to create partnership like with hubs like Creative Hub and like R&D Center or R&D Group, as well as ISA Addis and ISA Hausa. So we believe that these are important stakeholders or actors in Ethiopian startup ecosystem. So building connection, creating connection, sustaining connection, and strengthening partnership is very important. So we are working on this, not only to mobilize financial support, but also to mobilize technical support. A month back we have organized hackathon, AgriHack 2025 in Addis. So this is the first hackathon that's organized in partnership with our partner, Association of Small and Medium Enterprises and Crafts of Czech Republic. This is part of Aid for Trade program of the Czech government. So we reach out to potential partners, donors, so that we could create our capacity and ensure our financial and operational sustainability. So we do have such kind of experience that I would like to share with you, so that you can also partner with stakeholders, not only here locally, but also from abroad. So these are some of the experience that we have in creating and sustaining collaboration, so that we can ensure operational and financial sustainability. But still, I believe that at this Chamber Business Innovation Center, we are at the stage of finding our service. Where is our strength? Like as you said, Oliver, we have we are a membership-based and oldest and the largest business membership organization in Ethiopia. We need to leverage our existence, our mandate, so that we can create an opportunity not only for startup but also for our members, so that we could create a linkage, a networking opportunities with investors, with actors in the financial sector that are members of the Addis Chamber, Addis Ababa Chamber of Commerce and sectoral associations. So these are some of the experience that we have, and I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Okay, regarding strategic partnership, we have done a lot there. Let me mention to you some partnership made with us. Especially, we have a special partnership program with Harari Region Enterprise and Industry Development Bureau, especially in the catalyzer business stream. We need the help of this bureau because all enterprises in the region are registered and supervised by them. Therefore, when we start our program, we notify them to send to us the best entrepreneurs or the best enterprises, which is known by them. Actually, we also post the announcements online for any interested applicants or entrepreneurs. It is free and open to join our SME development program. But at least 50% or more enterprises come from this bureau. Therefore, we reliably conduct our business training, catalyzer training to this selected enterprise by this regional bureau, and we become fruitful. All enterprises which are trained by us, all of them are already in the growth stage, okay? We are monitoring and we are evaluating consistently. This is one of the partnership made between our incubator and the government organization. And we have also signed a number of MOUs. For example, with Aramea University, we have signed MOU, Redwa University, Davutum University, Jijiga University, in order to share resources and to share human resources also. Therefore, we are giving emphasis for a partnership, especially in our region. And even if some weeks ago we have signed an agreement with this UNO water. UNO water means UNO potable water, which is manufactured in Redwa City. We have signed with them. And we also want to continue this trend with the regionals and with national strategic partners in the future.
Thank you.
Maybe
I think like the two gentlemen here have like shown that there is not everyone works in silos. Like they mentioned cooperation with government entities, with universities, with support organizations. Daniel, you were also mentioning cooperation between the different incubation centers. I think that's something what really happened in the project. Like so, there were like 15 incubators all over the country. They work on one program. So 15 incubators realized that one program. So like everyone was pulling at the same side of the rope. They worked together in localizing the curricula. They shared mentors for the startups that they supported. They are now, after the program, jointly scaling the impact of the program beyond the program lifetime. So I'm really proud to share that like the 15 incubators we are working with are actively collaborating not only with other players in the ecosystem, but also amongst each other. That's a really good step. Let me address for maybe the second last question, like a little bit like the elephant in the room, and whenever you have this donor initiatives, it's like, okay, there's financial support, you build something up, and all of us have seen, okay, then the financial support ends, and then like everything collapses. And that question like tries to a little bit like address that issue. So like initially you received for building up those centers like financial support from the EU in the program. And the common challenge is actually to maintain that financial sustainability, that you can also continue your services after the project lifetime. How did you design your incubator that you are not falling into that trap of being completely dependent on a single source of funding from a donor program?
Okay. Maybe I would like to add two more experience in our with regard to partnership. We also created a partnership with or collaboration with UN UNCTAD regional bureau here in Ethiopia. So in working or supporting a startup as well as micro and small enterprises, particularly on reaching out or supporting these micro and small enterprises that are graduates of our catalyzer program for preparing or access to market in the international market. So we are also providing supports after graduation or participants of the catalyzer program. And also we have signed a memorandum of understanding, just like mention, with 5 TVET colleges here in Ethiopia. So we would like to diversify our services at the center by including entrepreneurial trainings as well as soft skill training in the future. Coming to your question, so financial sustainability is very important, timely, and I would say maybe urgent matter for the sustainability including for operational sustainability of the Addis Chamber Business Innovation Center. So yes, it's founded by the Big Ethiopia as a consortium member. Currently, we are preparing, not finalized, the sustainability plan for the center. So this sustainability plan anchored on 2 pillars. The one is, diversification of revenue streams, and the other is now this innovation center is part and parcel of the Addis Chamber, AXA, Addis Chamber. So we can leverage, the AXA, operational working units like, HR, administrative, finance, including leadership. And AXA has more than, close to 70,000 business members, including, huge enterprises, starting, including, micro and small enterprises that are operating in Addis and its surrounding. So we are placed with our members so that we can leverage, this. So I would say we will be sustainable by having, 3 important, revenue streams. The first one is we already have a mini MBA programs for startup as well as for catalyzer or for the incubation. So this will be sellable, we believe, so that we can generate, a small amount of income by providing, training, or including by providing, tailor-made, corporate training in our, catalyzer or incubation program. So one is this. The other is through services. Like, recently we have organized, hackathon. So hackathon by itself creates, an opportunity for the contestant so that they would get, potential investors, angel investors it could be, so that we would charge also a small amount of fee for the service, including by organizing hackathon and like, coaching service as well as, mentorship service. We don't believe that we are at the level of, at high level of, providing high quality membership or coaching. But, I would like to connect with your previous questions that, by partnering with international and local, organizations, we can create, internal capacity to develop our capacity to provide, high quality, mentorship and coaching, so that we would be able to generate income by providing, mentorship as well as, coaching. So this, we believe, another source of income that we will generate in the future. The other is we would like to expand the existing, infrastructure of the Business Innovation Center, not only through our the current rented Business Innovation Center, but we will secure internally here at AXA with more, wider space so that we can rent, rental services, one of the revenue generation we included in the sustainability plan of the Addis Chamber, Business Innovation Center. The other is, we don't 100% rely on donor-funded, projects, innovative projects, but we still would like to secure, funding from donors as well. As you said, the Ethiopian startup ecosystem, I would say, is nothing without, the high amount of financial injection from the donor, including, MasterCard. So huge amount of money has been injected in Ethiopian startup ecosystem. That's why here we are talking here. Even me, my presence is here through, European Union, big project. So I appreciate their effort, their commitment in financial and technical. So we will still stick with working with partners, potential donors, like, the one we submitted for the Finland embassy here in Ethiopia. We are monitoring this project. We will also design in the future, innovative projects so that we can partly at least, secure some funds for operational and financial sustainability. So these are, the major, revenue streams that we envision to ensure the sustainability of the Addis Chamber Business Innovation Center. So maybe in the future, we will also try to solicit, some funds from the government, because we are working on impactful, projects for job creation, ensuring financial access, right? This also the responsibility of the government and universities. So we will expand, our partnership, our reach out, so that we can be more impactful and important in Ethiopian startup ecosystem. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Primarily, let me mention some things which are omitted in my previous speech regarding strategic partnership, especially with Harare Region Enterprise and Development Bureau. We have received some workspaces or rent spaces for a number of our startups, especially those startups who are doing poultry business. They are received 7 workspaces from this government office. In this regard, they have contributed a lot to us. When I come to sustainability, obviously, a big project will phase out very soon, where we already began our sustainability project. We wrote concept note to mention formation office, which is located in Germany, Munich. And from there, number of donors were already addressed. Some of these donors already promised, okay, to help our sustainability program in the future. Therefore, there is a promising situation regarding our sustainability. Regarding other revenue streams for sustainability, we also propose to make income generation, especially after being thoroughly introduced in that area, in the region. There are a number of interested applicants coming to us, who are willing, okay, to take our training by paying this training fee. And in the future, especially after we secure some donation for the next big phase, simultaneously we start other revenue streams by that time, I think. And the other thing, what I want to mention, in our incubator, the gap between academia and business world is foreshortened, because we are focusing on already graduated students or on the students in graduating batch. One of the reasons for the establishment of our incubator is to convert this students' research paper, student graduation paper, into marketable, okay, into marketable ideas. Therefore, now our students who participated in our training, technically they wrote their research paper or graduation paper, but they came to us to convert this graduation paper into marketable or commercialize it. And a number of graduates have been successful regarding this issue. In the morning session, I heard from these academicians about the establishment of innovation center in Ethiopian higher institutes. It is a good attention given by government. What I want to tell you, some 2 weeks ago, we have received a circular from the Ministry of Education. From the Ministry of Education, maybe I don't know if these academicians are well informed about this issue. There is a circular passed to all Ethiopian government and private higher institutes to incorporate, okay, or to establish a center of employment and entrepreneurship development. Therefore, our college in the near future will establish this center, employment and entrepreneurship center. Therefore, this will be now the duty of the college rather than the duty of the incubation center. It will be established as a department there, and it will be budgeted, and it will be a part and parcel of our college, this incubation and innovation job in the future. Therefore, there is a promising atmosphere regarding sustainability of our incubation activities there, either in the government line or in donors line or in income generation lines. We will make it. This is what I want to say.
Thank you. Maybe the last question and final question, and also like I ask you like to maybe just for a short answer. We are here at ASEP Summit like for ecosystem builders. My question would be like, how can partners, yesterday we also had policymakers here, better support your incubator and also like help you in the job that you are doing? As the policymakers are not here today, maybe you can address directly the two associations, like the Ethiopian Entrepreneurship Association or Ethiopian Entrepreneurs Association, and also EASE. From your point of view, what could be a meaningful contribution from those associations to help you to better serve your target groups?
Okay. Me? Okay. Yes, I would like to see partners, including, policymakers and also associations, ecosystem associations, like, for instance, policymakers, to ensure that we have, the right proclamations, regulations to promote, a startup here in Ethiopia. Like we recently has a new proclamation for Startup Act. So we appreciate this proclamation, but still we need to have, a more, workable or, a more promoting, acts or startup acts, like by including, incentives, or supporters to promote, startups in the country. So one is, to have, a robust, policy and regulatory framework to flourish, startup in the country. And also we would like to have, a lively and dialogue platforms by involving, all, stakeholders in Ethiopia startup ecosystem. So we would like to work together with the government on PPD, public-private dialogue, regular PPD, so that we can ensure, the environment is conducive for creating, sustaining, and strengthening, startups, as well as, micro and small and medium enterprises. So one is this from the government side, or from policymakers. From partners, including, local or international partners, we seek supporters, including, technical and financial supports. Technical supporters, like, could be, mentorship or coaching, as I said before, to sharing experiences with them. Peer-to-peer learning is very important, I think. And also peer-to-peer learning or knowledge sharing or experiences with local incubation hubs, as well as universities, TVET colleges, is very important. So we have to share our experiences, our knowledge, so that we can be more impactful, because working together is very critical for startup ecosystem. So so that we can create more job opportunity for young graduates from universities, as well as, increasing the income of the entrepreneurs, as well as for the general society as well. So we believe collaboration is important. And the other is by working with other, donors is also important to mobilize, financial and technical support. So these are the major, milestone where we would like to create, collaboration and partnership to ensure or strengthen our role in Ethiopian startup ecosystem.
Okay. I totally agree with what was said by to Daniel. But in order to supplement to these points, we need partners more actively engaged in the incubation process of Ethiopian startups or in the Ethiopian startup ecosystems. Because this is not a duty for a single person, not a duty for one incubation center. This has to be a duty for nationwide stakeholders. Therefore, we are striving to have more attachment with our partners, existing partners and new partners, regarding policymakers, the policymakers have to formulate policies which controls the Ethiopian startup ecosystem. Otherwise, I am afraid in Ethiopia we may fall into the wrong line regarding startups, because as I have observed now, there are startups who are grant-driven startups. There are startups who are coming only for the sake of grants. Rather, we need to select and train vision-driven startups. This has to be binded in the policy. The government has to lay this policy which can control all stakeholders in the Ethiopian startup ecosystem. Okay? Stakeholders should be also controlled. The startups should be controlled, and the incubation centers should be controlled. Otherwise, I am afraid we may fall into the wrong line in the future, because this one is a new trend for Ethiopian startup ecosystems. Now there is urgent need for policy regulation and legislation. This is what I want to say.
Dear panelists, thank you. Oh, Daniel?
Maybe Nabuyu was there from IS. Yeah, he was not here now. From Nabuyu or from the association, what we would like, what we expect from them is to organize, such kind of, platforms to connect, or hubs, universities, TVET colleges, partners, donors, so that we can have, create a linkage, a synergy towards our common vision or outcome for the Ethiopian, startup ecosystem. So I would like to have, such kind of, platforms, as well as, dialogue platforms. Last time they have organized recently a PPD, public-private dialogue, by inviting, key stakeholders in the ecosystem. So I appreciate, such kind of, initiative from their side. So association need to strengthen and work to create, linkage among the actors in the ecosystem. Yeah.
Dear Daniel, thank you very much for giving or sharing insights on the great work that you are doing. Thank you very much for the contribution.
Thank you.
Hi, David, can you tell me what's working for you on how you're converting the research papers into real businesses? I'd love to know.
In our college, where our incubation center engages, we encourage and we agitate graduates, especially in the graduating batch, to come and take this business starter training. And their business idea will be, okay, the research paper which they make for their graduation. They have got the technical know-how and the technical skill to make their research or their innovations, but they don't have how to commercialize it. They don't have know-how how to commercialize it. And we introduce them these techniques. Okay, we will teach them about the market analysis, the customer analysis, market strategy, and we'll teach them how to write a business plan for their research paper. And especially in our college, most of our graduates are technology graduates. They are supposed to graduate by making a research paper with tangible practical work. Okay, they produce this practical work as a prototype, This college has got a very good reputation in country-wise. They are very well known for practical work rather than theoretical. Therefore, they learn how to convert their research paper or graduation paper into commercial one. This is the way how we teach them.
Maybe I can answer the question a little bit more precise. Like Daniel works at a vocational training center, so it's not a university, so with a research paper. But maybe as a practical example, for instance, the mechanical engineering graduates of the college, like they have kind of a final, it's not a thesis, I don't know how they call final project for finalizing their vocational training. And one of the students, for instance, was working on an incubator for poultry, like a poultry incubator. And that was done theoretically in the work. And like after he graduated, he joined the business incubation center, and with the help of Dania and his team, like he was able like to convert that prototype that he did as a graduate into a commercialized product, and is now serving the communities with poultry products in Harare. That's what he meant, like to make the teaching and vocational training centers as applied as possible. That was the additional question.
Yes. Thank you very much to all presenters. I am coming from EthioSkill. I am a trainer on sanitary installation. But I have two questions about for the first one about the association. What do you say that the association support for those who are not in that association, who do not have that association, but they are eager to have some knowledge from you? How can you assist them? For the next question is, you are focusing on graduate students. Is this the burning issue to support them in order not to support the non-educational people? Which one is the burning issue? Thank you.
Maybe I would like to request you more clarification on the question that you have forwarded. Is it support for the entrepreneurs?
We are with the association, I think so. You have much. You are with the association. You have association.
Yes.
Yes.
From Addis Ababa Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there are some parts of the person or the individual or the students or someone there. How do you support them from your association? Within your association, you can support them. But the outside, who needs you? How can you support them?
You mean non-members?
Yes, non-members.
Non-members.
Yes.
Okay. We have services that we designed both for members as well as for non-members. But for members, we provide our services through discount, like for instance, training, including demand-driven training, tailor-made training, customized training. We provide trainings for those that would like to attend or participate in the training. Those that are non-members will pay more fee compared to members. Members will get discounted fee for the training that we are currently providing, as well as any platforms that we organized, including networking event, like inbound and outbound trade mission, trade fair or exhibition. You will get a discounted services for joining or for participating in business events. So, but if you are non-member, still you can join, but the price or the fee for participation is higher than for members. As well as we provide free services, including like advocacy. We do advocacy. We advocate on behalf of the private sector on proclamations, laws, or government strategies or national developmental agendas, so that we could voice out the concerns, the issues, the challenges of the private sector, so that we can ensure a robust or a conducive business environment in Ethiopia on various or critical issues, including tax, custom, land, logistics. Yeah, there are include finance. It could be land, for instance, working space or on land lease policy, including the startup proclamation or act. So there are so many enterprises that are free riders of our advocacy effort or activity. So for PPD event it's free, but for other services, including as I said before, training, trade fair, arbitration. We have arbitration for providing amicable business dispute resolution, including mediation, adjudication, and legal service as well. So we provide, in addition to this, legal advisory services on customs, on tax, on starting a business, on export advisory services. These are all fee-based. If you are a member, you will get with a discounted price. But if you are a non-member, the fee is higher than for members. But in our sustainability plan for Business Innovation Center, our services would be a small amount of fee. But for those that are micro and small medium enterprises that are members of the chamber, would get less price compared to non-members. So we encourage those business enterprises to join at this chamber, so that they could get discounted services from the chamber, as well as they can reflect or air their issues, concerns, challenges for the attention of the government. So for members there is a discount. For members you pay the price fee as per the standard. So maybe did I answer my question? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you questioned me why you are focusing on graduating students. Why not on non-graduating students? You know that unemployment rate from graduating students in Ethiopia is increasing from year to year. Unemployment is not only the problem for non-graduated students. Now it becomes the problem for graduating students. Therefore, when we establishing this incubation center, we reached consensus to focus either on graduated students or on the graduating batch students in order to minimize the rate of unemployment of graduating students. This is the only reason for us. In the future, we may include non-graduating students or active students who might be at any batch in the college. But for now, we are focusing on graduating students. You see, not only our college graduates, but also our working area is Harar as a center, and in the radius of 100 kilometers from Redwa, from Jijiga, and from other cities, applicants come to us. Graduated students, but not employed for 3 or more than 3 years. Therefore, these are our target groups, you see. It is in our initial plan. This is the only reason. I have answered your question? Okay.
Thank you very much, gents. Please remain on the stage until the cameramen take your picture. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this wonderful panel on funding, sustainable on startups. It was very engaging, yeah? One more round of applause for these gentlemen. Thank you. All right, so now we're gonna go to the hot topic of the afternoon. We're gonna get into a masterclass on AI, data, and ecosystem mapping. Are you ready for that? I'm excited to learn about that, honestly. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Ian Lorenzen once again from Growth Africa to join me on stage to give this this very exciting and this very, I can feel the palpitation in the air. So, Mr. Ian Lorenzen from Growth Africa, please join me on stage. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause.
No, I hope you're still awake. That's going to be the main challenge. See whether AI can help with that one. Yeah, I'm not sure there's as much AI as perhaps the expectations there would be, and I can also see that this is going to be one of these topics that's a bit hard, where we are in the castle of research and know-how, and then to try and speak to some of these aspects around this aspect of research or data and insights, perhaps. But I'll try and weave in a bit of the AI as possible, and then we get the slides on? There you go. Too far now. Right. Fair enough, we'll build it from here. So I forgot, but I remembered that the session was framed with a very provocative headline. So I'll see whether I can do that and not provoke too much, but maybe the provocation is part of what can keep us a bit awake, perhaps. So if nothing else, then to say that provocation is part of a keeping awake exercise. And maybe that gives the blood a little bit of rush to see whether we could move some of this forward. So I think, if I remember right, there's something about the fact that there is a bit of a theater around perhaps data and insights. And I think the thing that Kevin was trying to get to was a bit, are we measuring the right things? Are we communicating the right things? Or are we perhaps communicating because we think we need to serve certain people rather than serving a bigger agenda of trying to build insights and learning that really can advance the work we're doing? And I think really the core question perhaps is really, are we here to report and document, or are we here to learn and understand? And perhaps also, is there a time where we should start shifting the agenda from what used to be this aspect of reporting and documenting? And where I think those of us who have been around for a while have seen that we, in the beginning, when I was younger, we were a bit naive. We're definitely there to please, especially the ones who are funding and paying for the bills. It's a little bit as if that's what has to happen, is that we need to report and document. And often, perhaps there's a sense that that's what they want, or that's at least what we're delivering. And perhaps we don't engage in the conversations around what is it truly that we should be doing. And perhaps with that, is there a need for us to start more deliberately? And I think it was about being here and having some of the presentations earlier, really to try and move on to learning and understanding. So really figuring out what is it that makes our businesses, our entrepreneurs grow, rather than documenting how many sessions we'd taken them through and how many there was in the room. I mean, I don't know how many of you, I love to hate sign-up sheets. I think it's like an old-fashioned world that just doesn't want to go away. And if AI could take away sign-up sheets, I would let it happen right away. Why are we still having sign-up sheets to prove that there was 25 people in the room? It does not document in any possible way whether they learned anything they were even attending, or whether we were actually achieving what we wanted to achieve with what we're doing. So a bit here, again, just try, and I also accept that this time is short on a topic like this, just try and see whether there is a little bit of a sense of, can I inspire a little bit, perhaps hope that there's a bit of a few question marks left in your minds when we leave this session today. I'm really seeing this thing on a shift from this reporting which often traditionally been for compliance. It was a way to check the boxes that we'd done what we thought we were supposed to do, or what we were at least definitely supposed to do. That we're supposed to run X number of something with X people, and once we checked that off, we delivered what we were principally meant to do. And then seeing how we potentially could start shifting that and looking at more how do we learn? How do we find out what it is that, as Vic was sharing, that is making those entrepreneurs grow? And what is that is the difference between what the programs can do when they do very well, perhaps also between those that are run but doesn't necessarily achieve the same outcomes. And yes, there's this aspect also of the measuring, what we're measuring for, and is it to make sure that we're credible? What does that credibility look like? There's definitely a sense that there's less money around, and the topic of money is not going to go anywhere. It's only going to get, I think, going to get worse. But that could be a different research question. Would be almost, will we have more conversation, more research about money, given the fact that there's a sense and an actualization that there's less money around. And definitely, as entrepreneur support organization, will face you can join if you want to. Yeah, you can. If we can interact on this one, then definitely. That'd be great, actually. So we need increasing to prove the value and what it is that what we're doing is delivering the results that we were set out to deliver. Quite along with the previous panelists were talking about, are we actually able to see the growth of the business that goes through our programs, and what does that look like? More panelists coming, that's great. But also, and I think this is perhaps the big question mark generally to funders, because funders, when we look at the TORs in terms of reference and what we are to do, it talks often about a set of data, typically, that we're reporting and documenting on. Those of you who do proposals, you'll also see that, yeah, the insights and learning is there, but not really there, or there's not really a budget for it. So it is desired, but it's not at the forefront of things. And probably also because the sense is that it is a little bit harder to achieve and could be more expensive, but it doesn't have to be, and that's perhaps one of the conversations we can have a little bit down the road. And perhaps this is exactly where some of the collaboration could be happening. Why are we not seeing more entrepreneur support organizations working with universities, perhaps as a means to bridge that need to drive some of that learning and insights that perhaps for some of us can be a little bit hard to get moving. We understand how to get the numbers and how to get some of the data, but not always perhaps are equipped to also drive that into learning and insights. So also, how do we really drive that into that better that we talked about? And then definitely, often, entrepreneurs, they deserve, I really want to say deserve, to know what it is that is helping them to grow. That we don't just plunge them into programs because it's a checkbox that might often lead to access to finance. But ideally it should be leading them, growing their business and their know-how, which then ultimately is what should make them more attractive for those who finance them, not the other way around. And definitely also, how do we as an ecosystem build together? How do we make sure that there's the right insights and data, not just for ourselves, but as a collective, which really, again, also, most of the programs and projects are running in isolation and not necessarily designed or incentivized to share this learning. And then it ends up there's very few who have the insights and the learning, if they at all have it. And yes, this is not to start the provocation, but yes, I think we've also made it easier for ourselves. So we tend to track and what it is that is easy. The number of workshops, how many people were in the workshops, what was the attendance rate. We get to dissect that into gender and a few other things, and then that's typically what we would measure. Pitch events is another one that's really great. it's often a reflection of the activity and not necessarily the value. So what came out of the workshop? What did the entrepreneurs get out of it? Did any of the pitch events lead to any checks or any money being invested? For those, again, who've been around for long, we know that the amount of pitch events versus the amount of checks or investments made does not correlate, and yet we still pursue this as a means to try and get the entrepreneurs ready for some money. It's as if the more stage opportunities that there are, the more likely it will be that you get investments. I'm sure that lesson learned could be that that's not working. And then instead there's the sense that we just continue doing more of it and hoping that eventually it will work, because if we do more. And then I find it very saddening often that entrepreneurs don't really get to see data that helps them. And often the data is extracted on them, is not for them. So no wonder why we have a lot of data fatigue across different parts of the ecosystem, because a lot of the data is extracted on us, is not meant to serve us. It's meant to serve a funder, it's meant to serve some nice tables. I think tables and reporting often goes together. And there really is a lot more. And for those who've been around long enough, we should have enough information to help direct entrepreneurs in terms of what works. So does pitch events work? If it doesn't, then don't spend so much time on it. Does partnerships and linkages work? If it does, spend more time, get out there. Wherever there's opportunities for you to go to networking events, go. That's really the major opportunity for you, for example. And definitely, there's no doubt that who it is that we are measuring for shapes what it is that we then are bringing. And I think often we don't necessarily pay enough attention to this. But we definitely have a sense that if we are doing this to report to donors, that will flavor what it is that we're trying to collect and even how we're presenting it. We used to do some work in Malawi, and there was a local partner, and they have a head of M&E, and he was phenomenal. He could do a 50-page report, and there was no single, there was a couple of tables, that was it. And I could tell the funder, UNDP, used to hate it. Because 50 pages, they were not going to do anything with it. And it was a lot of it was just very descriptive to the point where I can see this out of the table. There's no need for you to spend 5 pages explaining, narrating what it is that is in this table. I got it. At the same time, we tried to do some other reporting where we used a lot more photos and a lot more storytelling. And there was no doubt, even though those reports were just 15, 20 pages, were way better received. So also this idea of who is the reporting to or sharing with, what is that gets them excited is important. But if, just by raise of hands, those of you who does work in this field, how many of you would say that you're reporting or doing this work for the funders? So, good. I mean, not good, but how many of you would say that you're doing this for investors? Good. I'd be curious about that. Okay. How many of you would say that you're doing this for entrepreneurs? Also interesting. I'm really going to hit on that one. And how many of you would say that you're doing it for yourself as a supporter of entrepreneurs? Yeah, that's a tricky one. And are we doing it enough, or is it derived from the other, or are we deliberately, consciously doing it for ourselves to learn and build forward? And how many are doing it for the ecosystem, for others, for our peers, our frenemies, our competitors, all of that, for the greater good? And is there anyone doing it for government? Wow, Brooke, I'm gonna have to. That one, government, good. So I realized that Mentimeter was not doing, or this was not doing very well here, so we'll just move this forward. Yeah, so just try to outline a little bit what it is that perhaps are the different aspects of reporting and documentation versus learning and understanding, and say what it is that they do differently. And it's not to say that we're not going to do reporting and documentation. We will, because that is a requirement, and is also for our funders to be able to see what they've gotten for their money. So it's not to say we're not going to do this. I think what is perhaps is this aspect that we're looking back at things that have already happened versus that we're looking also, if we're looking at the learning and understanding, what is it that we can then build forward, and how curious and how interested are we in that. And yes, these are perhaps easy headlines. Are we feeding donors? And I should not be hating on donors, Oliver, I get it. Yeah. I do though also think that sometimes we can speak up a little bit more and have more frank conversation around, are we just required to do reporting and documentation, or could we, with a minimal level of effort, actually build something forward that would be way more valuable for all of us? And also that we take down the conversation that it's always going to be much more expensive, because perhaps we can do more with what we have as opposed to build this out into some kind of big budget monster. Yeah, so it really is in terms of, and the word utility here is really looking at the value that the programs and projects are creating. Seeing what it is that we want to create with our projects and programs. Is there really a true value that we are aware of, that we're conscious of in terms of what it is that we want to achieve? Or is achieving just to spend the resources and check and do the number of activities that are outlined and required for us to perceivingly having been successful? But also those of us, and I think if we're passionate about this, it should almost be a crime just to check boxes down and not have more a sense of the value that we're trying to drive at. And so if we say that we have, these are just some of the target audiences, and a little bit of what it is that we could say are some of that value that we're trying to drive at. And this is by no means the full list. So just imagine what is the full list if we really wanted to map this out and what that could look like. And definitely, I think also for all of us have that conversation with ourselves and our teams on what is most important, and also perhaps acknowledging that we cannot do everything for everyone at the same time. And that's not either what I'm trying to advocate for, but just be a lot more conscious around where it is that we want to have learning insights, what it is we want to understand. Assuming as well that we, at the beginning of any of our programs and projects, sit down and say, what is it we want to learn? So learning doesn't happen by accident, but it happens by design. It's great that we can also learn things by accident, but it would be greater if we actually were very deliberate around what it is that we want to learn. And making sure that that is at the design. And some of it could be that there's just questions that we have, is this working or not working? What will happen when we do it this way? And again, I think here, there really is an opportunity for us to work with academia a lot more in terms of how could we turn some of this into research questions? Is there even resources that could be unlocked in working with universities that we're not doing at the moment? And also, here we have opportunity to work with people who are an expert in this field, and letting us be the experts in supporting entrepreneurs and what we know from that space. But I think most of us are not, unless we work specifically. And I also know that we're typically very under-resourced to be able to move this forward the way we would like. This was also meant to be a tool, a little bit harder to do now without. But I don't know if anybody wanted to share some of the things that you could say you're currently tracking and measuring. What would be some of the things you're currently tracking and measuring?
I've been working on for like 8 months and just reverted to the original reporting style because the funders just want the numbers in a bland table manner and aren't interested in the detail and the nuance and the relationship and the mindset, etc. So I'm finding it super difficult as a social scientist to talk to finance people who just couldn't care less because they just want the figure on the page.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you
that was a
probably
bit dramatic, but
but I get
it's
that.
a
And
hard
you're
thing to figure out.
probably also talking to people who love Excel sheets, so there's a bit of a cultural gap there as well, if I have to be a little brutal.
Yeah.
Anybody else, anything that you share in terms of what you're tracking or measuring at the moment?
For us, it's like maybe 2 matrices, is like revenue growth and job creation.
Yeah.
It's not easy, especially when you talk about that numbers. It's like extremely time consuming,
Yeah.
but I think it's worth doing it.
Yep.
Yes. On top of all these, revenue, job creation, and product development and everything, diversification, all those things with entrepreneurs. But through another program, we also have what we have been measuring so far is how actually the training objectives are translating into action, and which ones are actually driving the intended impact. Because we have a number of layers of segments that are geared toward bringing about entrepreneurial mindset. And it has been a very interesting journey. Sometimes we would get 8 out of 9, 8 out of 10 of the lessons that we have given have brought about no difference at all. Sometimes even brought about like regression of level of confidence for the participants. So we are also measuring these kind of things.
That does sound exciting, and I think it also is the kind of learning exactly why is it working, not working sometimes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sally. I'm currently working with an initiative called Happy Me Health. It's focused on helping people in underserved communities gain access to healthcare resources, free early diagnosis of diabetes, hypertension, breast cancer. So I always find myself tracking the level of blood sugar, like how many people are actually having low blood sugar after our intervention, and also the access to the health resources we give them. How is it helping them? So I'm always tracking that.
And are you tracking anything underlying that might be causing the high blood sugar?
Yes, actually their nutrition, what they eat, sedentary lifestyle, alcohol, those are the things that are causing the illnesses.
Yeah, no, I think those are all exciting ones. I think it's also definitely to find out how to measure things again without having to create extra effort. And I think also the depth, as you were rightfully sharing, but also ensuring that we get the reporting of the data for those who want it. Because there's no reason to give insights and learning for somebody who doesn't appreciate it. But I think that's something else we can just touch on a bit later. And yes, so this is perhaps some of the aspects in terms of what is the typically we measure. It is revenue growth, customer growth. I love one of my favorites typically, it's for entrepreneurs, number of new products they've brought to market. And then end up discussing, so what's a new product? If it's a bottle of water that I have in half a liter now, I do 1 in 2 liters. Is that a new product? Yes, no. And then I have different funders and donors that would agree or disagree or have different variations of that. What I think we often see, and we're culprits as well, so I'm part of the system as well, is exactly this thing of having benchmark dashboards or peer comparison. So now I get this perhaps is one that leans to the ecosystem, because if I don't have enough data, then I don't have enough peers to really compare or provide any benchmarks with. But if we were working together as an ecosystem, this is really where I would be able to tell my entrepreneur in business X, Y, and Z how they're relatively performing compared to business they would compare with, which I know is definitely valuable. We also say, I think one of these things that was interesting when we talk about finance, is to be able to show to entrepreneurs, so does this finance make a difference? And not necessarily blanketly think that just because you got money, you're going to grow. It is also, as we all know, it's how you deploy the money, and you deploy it the right way. Otherwise, money in itself could actually end up being a distraction or send you on the wrong pathway, which also I think is one of the previous speakers is sharing about, was this aspect around grant entrepreneurs. If we could measure and know a lot more about, does grants work, at what point and for what and for whom do they work, then we could direct that money flow much better than right now, where we don't necessarily fully know for whom is it working and to what extent is it working. We had an experience in the past where for example, there was a group of entrepreneurs that would be given a grant, and at the default, a large proportion of them wanted to buy vehicles. There was about 70% of them wanted to buy vehicles. And that's a lot of vehicles, a lot of money spent on vehicles, to be honest. And these are relatively early stage businesses. And when we then started working with them, it's very evident that the vehicle utilization rate for most of them would be less than 20%. And that it ended up being that less than 15% of them ended up buying a vehicle. They were way better off spending the money elsewhere. And I'm very confident that if we could help entrepreneurs just, for example, where is that you need to invest the money when you get it, if you get it, but also better plan for it. Because sometimes the reason why you don't get it is because you want to buy a vehicle, and the investor will say, not serious. I don't think you know your business well enough, as opposed to you buying machinery that could bring your production to a level where you need a vehicle. Yes, I think this is more for clarity, because I think it does sense a little bit. The funders, they need evidence. So evidence could be the numbers that are the easy ones. We've been able to reach X number of entrepreneurs. X number of entrepreneurs participated in these workshops, but also to be able to show, ideally, if we could shift it on and say, evidence is that they're growing. So we're not just thinking that evidence in this case is attendance, but it really is that we're achieving what we set out to achieve, which is growth. Growth could then be different things. It could be growth of the business. I think sometimes perhaps we're not looking at the growth of the entrepreneur, the growth of the team. I sometimes think that that's a little bit of a missed opportunity, also knowing that a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of team members will go on to either form other things or to be part of building other things. So if we're building people, we are ultimately building potentially more than one business. Entrepreneurs, I think they're looking for clarity, helping them guide so that they have some help in some of the decisioning, making sure that they're on the right track. Not to say that we have a 1 + 1 is 2. That's not what this is going to do, but give them more directional for that sense in terms of clarity. ESOs, I'd say, really is this aspect of learning what is working, why is it working, and so that we can scale what is working to do more of that. And yes, measurement should be multi-purpose, not just one. And perhaps it's a bit of a question whether funders really want more learning. I think they generally do, but I think there's also a level of difference between people at headquarter level and those people who are the project manager who just need to get work done, who needs to get the project done on timeline, on budget, and who needs sometimes to check boxes, but perhaps not as eager, involved in terms of what are we learning and seeing from this, because it feeds into the design of the next program, because the project manager is not necessarily involved in designing anything else. He or she is involved in just making sure that this is delivered on time, on budget, and checking certain numbers. And yes, I'd say my experience also is that it is that the bar is set relatively low in terms of what it is that funders expect or want. But then every time they couldn't afford, or they perhaps sometimes feel that we can't deliver that because we're not equipped to. And I think that's also a fair point. Some of this does require some resources to be able to do. And similar, the way that we're presenting things sometimes can give a lot of magic. I think there's the tables, and then there's the nice graphs, and then there's the imagery with entrepreneurs talking to why this activity, why this was helpful, and how it helped them grow, which really is, and we're then now starting to bring it to the next level that will help us also in our own sustainability and fundraising, building that forward. One way of looking at could be perhaps to look at this kind of sequenced schedule. So looking at really what's the purpose, making sure that we know what it is that we want to investigate, what it is that we want to learn more about. And also, as you rightfully said, that we make sure that we're not just collecting data for data's own sake, unless that is, again, part of what we have or feel we need to report on. So we look at, is this information actually practically valuable and useful? And again, we can have, the answer could be that we're doing it simply because we have to report on it, but we know it's not practically useful and it's in the format that it is. Looking at who will use the information. And is the information simply just, again, just to check that we have done what we set out to do? Or is there somebody who actually would be eagerly engaging and involved in using this, and where this then becomes a tool that we can use as entrepreneur support to engage with different partners and funders on? Which you can say some of the pure numbers of how many people participate in a workshop is really not something we can engage in a conversation that's going to lead to more funding. But if we're able to engage in what it is that makes certain activities work and drive growth, that for sure is something that will get funders interested, because most of them would be interested in finding out, how can we then scale this? How can we take this on to other activities? Or what more could we potentially learn? But I think often is that we don't necessarily have this conversation with our donors and funders because we are rushed. There's a lot of good excuses, and then there's a lot of bad excuses as well. And then definitely, what are the most meaningful indicators? And again, I think here also something where we could definitely work and learn with academia in terms of what would be good indicators. What is that we can measure? I think there was the right point that certain indicators be so expensive, it ain't going to make sense. We, for example, have, when we're selecting entrepreneurs we work with, the funders would typically say we want to do due diligence. And we say we don't do due diligence, we do very diligence. Which means we're not digging into finding new things, we're verifying that the information we've been given is correct. But due diligence for us is something much deeper, which also then becomes much more expensive. And often there are limitations for how much we can and shall engage in terms of, have you paid your taxes last year? Yes, nowadays at least there are compliance sheets, so that should be a little bit easier. And then also, ultimately, how are we going to share this information? And I think one of the things I didn't put up here is that if we do this very well, it's also part of our communication machine. And it's really part of what can help us build a position in an ecosystem as somebody who knows. I don't think it's great to publish how many people participate in certain workshops, but if we found a bit of that special ingredients that makes some of our workshops really work and makes the entrepreneurs grow, that's definitely something that will be very, very valuable content that we can use to start building our profile on as insightful and knowledgeable. Yeah, this is attempt to try and just put up an example of what this could look like then in terms of a process. I think what perhaps I'll look at here also in respect to time is, I don't know how many, by show of hands, how many inquiries do you get per month for interviews or surveys? How many of you get More than 4 per month in average. You're on the safe side. More than 2. Wow. I clearly need to come here and survey you more. I think the challenge is that we have this over-surveying thing. And surveying is then seen as one thing. It's sending an online survey and then fill. And there's so many other ways and clever ways in which we can get information data. We could build in that for every time we meet with an entrepreneur, there's 5 or 10 questions that we have sitting on the side of the conversation. And then nowadays, this is going to be my first AI piece, we record the conversation. We transcribe it, AI will do the magic, and if we have enough of those interviews, we'll literally have this data collection done in the most easiest way. Or just do a regular call, just to hear how they're progressing, how the business is doing. Also here, easy to put in 5, 10 questions that can be sitting in the sideline, and which will be speaking to some of the very same things. And I can guarantee you most people would love, rather than filling out a survey every month, or 2 surveys every month, to respond to a few verbal questions, much rather. Yes, there are some challenges with this, but this could be one of the ways. And then there definitely is there are a lot more opportunities around WhatsApp and Telegram that we're not necessarily using, where people feel, hey, this is different from me filling yet another Google Forms or Microsoft Forms. And perhaps, again, it could be broken down into micro questions. So we don't necessarily need to give the full 20 in one go, but there's 2 or 3 questions a couple of times a week. So yeah, I think also that we use a lot more creativity, and where I think, again, we could help each other work together, because this is not, it's not a competitive differentiator how I get this. So if it's something that we as a collective could share, what is working, which in itself could be an insight in terms of how do we increase this uptake of information. And we know that funders and donors, they would like to have certain ratios of how much of information you're collecting. So if you have a response rate in your surveys that is perhaps below your 80%, that will cause some questions. If you can get up to 90%, it's great, but nobody assumes 100%. But wouldn't it be great if we just knew that we could get to 90%? Yeah, and so this was just a bit of some very, very oversimplified examples of what it could be that we're trying to say when we are looking for moving from activity to utility to value. Traditionally, we would say that we've run 5 workshops, or we run a demo day with 200 people in the room, or we provided mentoring. But really what we need to move on to is really what is it that we were seeing a value coming out of this activity, which is also the thing that really should be moving the needle in terms of what we're doing. Here, and the utility doesn't show or doesn't share, so why was this happening? Why was it that the investors were interested? What was it that was interested? Was it great formulation? Was it great PowerPoints? Was it a different format we tried out? And this is one of the questions I'd love to run a Mentimeter on, but really, if we all kind of came together as a collective and said, so what would be that one insight that we wish we had? And perhaps that we, and this could be almost an invitation to ease, for example. So if a number of the ecosystem players said, well, what would be my answer to this question? And is there something here that we collectively could work on coming in next year? And also getting a little sense of, will we all have different things that we want to learn, or would it actually prove that we have similar things that we'd actually would like to learn? And is there then ways in which we could work together to try and achieve this? And yes, there is a risk that all of this becomes more expensive, and with that, that's why we really need to build on the infrastructure we already have and not try to add the cost to this, because I don't think that we have more money. I think we're going to see how we're going to get smarter about this. And I think AI, which I'm not going to touch too much on, is probably part of what will make this opportunity for us to work smarter. And then I think collaboration would be the other thing, that if we could get to a point where we'd be willing to share certain data set with each other after they've been anonymized, what would that allow us to do if that happened? So how do we both keep our secret sauce, but give away something that would enable us to grow together, and then use, I think, especially using AI to design some of this work, but also to be able to crunch through the numbers. And I definitely can say I have, our organization, we have a lot of Excel sheets. So there's a whole graveyard of Excel sheets that AI definitely could crunch through and help us do something with, which we otherwise just would have retired altogether. Yeah, I think. Yeah, so this is more a little bit building on still use existing forms. And perhaps also another thing is the ways in which we can incentivize entrepreneurs to provide more data. So is there things we could give them or do that would make them say, well, we're interested in giving you a little bit more data. I haven't tried this, so I'll give you this idea. I had an idea of data drinks. People go, what is data drinks? Why not offer them to come to the office? You fill the survey that I need, and then there's happy hour. And yes, I'm not going to try and incentivize people with alcoholic drinks or other things, but perhaps it is just a way of saying, could we also try and address this differently and creatively? And I know for sure, if I get the entrepreneurs in the room, we'd have a great time socially, we'd build some of the networking and other things. And I'm sure that everybody would be laughing the same way you laugh, and say, of course we'll come. Of course, this is funny, we'll do that. And then imagine what we could do, application drinks. So you get people you want to have apply to your program, and you get to do the same thing. So there's different ways in which we could do. I think that was it, or what I had for today. I hope we are not too bad on time. I think we've managed just in time. So now the question is, if there is time, we can do a few questions, but I also don't want to mismanage time.
Thank you, Mr. Ian. That was a very enlightening presentation. But you should. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ian. One more round of applause for Mr. Ian. And there's a lot of data that goes into the startup ecosystem, which I'm really not a part of, and it's very interesting to see the different steps that need to be taken into consideration. So thank you for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you with me? Okay, we're gonna do that exercise one more time. When I say ASEB, you say summit. ASEB? 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 Okay, I didn't hear them over there. One more time, ASEB? Okay, yeah. I heard them, it's okay. All right, so the key moment of the day, the moment I have been waiting for, is finally here. So I hope you feel my excitement, because this is frankly a very huge milestone that we are witnessing today, which is the official launch of the ASEB Society. So I don't want to go on and on and on about this launching, because there's a lady better placed to speak about this. Her name is Mrs. Sally Njo. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Mrs. Sally Njo. She is the head of stakeholder engagement and communication of ASEB. She will be giving us a wonderful speech about the launching of the ASEB Society. So please, let's welcome Ms. Sally to the stage. And doesn't she look so lovely? Such a beautiful garment, I love it. Welcome.
Thank you so much. This is very cold. Nobody told me, but I think the people are very warm. Shout out to Kaba Transport. She has been amazing. And to our local organizing committee, wow. Okay. We've really had like really important conversation. Ian, thank you for that amazing presentation. And out of everything I gathered is the ecosystem is all of us. Delegations from Mayotte, the ASEP committee, a local organizing team, our partners. These are all people who see beyond the dream. They are in this not because they are already making profit or they think it's profitable, but they are in this because they realize the impact. And that's why anytime I have a conversation with Mark Kevin, I'm like, this is it. A functional system with or without any of us sit here. Some of us tried for visas, we didn't get it. Some of us got it, and we're here, and we're making this happen. To me, that is indeed true ecosystem building. We're not getting paid, but we love what we do, by the way. And as a young startupper from Cameroon, because I'm a startupper, I run an initiative, it's called Happy Me Health. I understand the challenges, I understand the struggles, like when Cindy was talking about the wars, the bureaucracy, the policies that are not favorable, and all the likes, all the likes. And I realized it has to do a lot with information. Our ecosystem has a lot of lapses with the way we communicate with one another. So we have to educate ourselves daily when it comes to ecosystem building. And that was the reason why we decided ASEP should not be a one-time thing and that is done. We need to make it bigger. We need to create an avenue where we can all teach ourselves as different stakeholders, venture capitalists, startups, the investors, the policymaker, everybody in one space helping each other. That's what, to me, true ecosystem is about. You don't help because you want something in return. You help for the greater good of our community. And they say society is all about an orderly group of people in one space, same focus. So I'm very honored to be calling on Kevin Ayaba. He's the founder and convener of ASEP. He's going to be joining us digitally to tell us more about the grand launch of the ASEP Society. And I'll also call on Adisu. If you don't mind, Adisu, you've done an amazing job. So please do us the honor to come on stage so that let's have this conversation together and let's know our way forward. This is just the Ethiopian ecosystem, right? There are so many other ecosystems. We have Kenya, we have Mozambique, we have so many other places to go to. So let's get this started. Thank you. No problem.
Mr. McKevin, are you online? Welcome.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Better?
yes, we can.
Okay. We have one of the finest entities that in Africa.
Thank you so much.
And now she's going to Nomalanga, who is one of those tribal entities in there across the continent. She's sitting right there. She's worshiping. I'll show you guys to connect. But it's been an inspiring conversation. And your praise is just on another level. Wow. How is that? What? What is happening? So you just made my young people feel alive. We should have just reached out to, I think for now, the fact that I think we have the total committee, we already have, we don't need translation anymore, we already have a member of ASA that will be going through across the country. We are, thank you so very much for an amazing presentation. You're just incredible. But, Sally, thank you again for the step down you joined us as you just understood the full challenges and the story and you have presented with the work. I'm glad anyone to really appreciate our advisory board member here is right there. I think he's taking part in almost three conversations today, including doing the mapping. So this is really good now. Brucey and I couldn't make it. I think Brucey is joining me online. He's joining me online. He's also supported this region right from the beginning. Lindula, who also couldn't make it, is also online. Just once again, thanks to the local committee, Abusi, and the rest of the team that made it possible. But like you said, like the MC said, it's really a big moment for us. It's after our proposition in Addis Ababa, and we are looking forward to the two positions the next year. And the station, like Sally was saying, each and every year is the 7th. We can't just have this one. We can't just, this is just too much for us just to wait another year to come and sit here and just have this conversation. And we need to have something that is constantly happening each and every year. The group that was first year in 2022, we started speaking like we did the group at Sudan in 2023, 2024 with us now. We have to listen to the community, we have to listen to the continent. We are here after the design, listen, the builders, and create something that will help them solve problems within their community. So today we are really honored that they are unveiling these launching this big artist tafach. In our first edition, the country where the AAPD, the country where all other major organizations meet, but also a country that has shown so much in making studies present come to life. I don't know if some of you who are here today or who are not here today, you also understand that we only took 7 months, just 7 months to have put together this event, so we're excited. So let me just say more about what the Access Society is all about. Maybe if you have, if you don't mind, then I will introduce the training to share my screen. Just need to share my screen. I'm not doing a presentation. Actually, I just want to show the two with side. So I just want to share that with you. After I'm good now. Okay, this is just to share with the right after the start to get to get right. We are seeing the message as well. So maybe what we do research Africa entrepreneurs and for the last challenge because we start the ecosystem field for this activity that has to work. After the start of the ecosystem, the most important thing is after the those of you after the community, you will share our kind of conversations that we have. Because it's really about putting the ecosystem. So it's really about coming with solutions that is the ecosystem. It's just to translate another kind of thought and conversation that we do. The conventional conversation that we always do is completely complete and that is the thing that we want to use that we speak the truth, we are honest, we are engaging, and we are focusing on building the ecosystem and supporting the entrepreneurs that really matters. So yesterday, part of our conversation, where someone was talking about entrepreneurship jumping to market, other what operations and another, and we see that we do not have the right program that the ecosystem, some of them don't have the right program package. So after the born, after society is born to do this thing. So let me give you an example. If you are done with the asset study, the reason why we're taking an umbrella organization is because every time we do the organization, the person has some then for every time we want to create a program and we ask people to join, people say to take another event. After we take another event and we don't see how we can really support, we don't see how we can start. And so we start putting an umbrella organization about where we have different programs. So we look here, some of the things that we have different programs, Asset Commons, Asset Academy, the summit that we are going to run each and every year annually. We have the Asset Voice, which is a program that is where we will have webinars and conversations and students with business leaders across continents. We have women, hashtag women in ecosystem. We rarely see some of these women, rarely talk about them, and they begin an incredible job. And look at our speakers today. Look at our MPs today. Look at another day. Look at all the team that has been there. You could see women doing an amazing work. But how do we really support them even more? We also talk about policy and leadership. After, like you said earlier on, it's a network of networks. Some of these things we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We're not going to be creating new programs. One year looking at, we look for programs that work and initiatives that work and that do not have the African that cannot reach the entire Africa, and we have the members and the numbers and the reach. Then we can all collaborate on. It's really a collaborative platform where ecosystem builders can call their home. You will come there, you will find all the resources that you need as a mentor, as a coach, as an incubator, as an accelerator, as an event organizer, especially under the asset commons. You will find all the information that we need. But also, we will now be able to have what we call country representation. Country representation that will be hosting a
with more focus on the ASEP summit, where each ASEP country representative will be then hosting either it could be a mini ASEP, events before the ASEP annual event, and then they will then host it within their own country. For instance, let's say this was ASEP Ethiopia, which we are looking forward to having them to start as a country representative. It would just be about Ethiopia, and then all of us that we are coming in, it would just be an invitee, and this should have happened maybe 2 months ago, so that we will have the winners and the winners of the ASEP Ethiopia, and then being sent at the annual ASEP event each year. This is also to empower the ecosystem builders within each country themselves, hold it within themselves, and just know who they are, know what they are doing, know what their roles are, but also appreciate them for the work that they do. Give them a little bit of gratitude of the work that they do before connecting them internationally or connecting them continentally with the rest of the ecosystem. So ASEP Society is really that organization, that is going to bring in all the ecosystem builders across the continent together under one roof. We want to connect each and every country to a potential opportunity to partner and collaborate across the continent without a struggle. But we will share more details about ASEP Society as you go along. We will share more about the website, and then you will read it through. And more importantly, today we are looking at getting people to start joining the member as members. It's going to be just $100 a year to join and just support the organization, the work that we do across the continent. You can join it. You can join it too. Anybody can join it too. Whether you are a mentor, whether you are a coach, whether you are a support organization, you can join ASEP as well. Looking at the 10 goals, you can see here our 10 goals. So like I said, I cannot go through all of this at once, but we want you to know that from next year, 2025, the ASEP Summit and Award will be running under the umbrella of the ASEP, under the ASEP Society. It used to be an initiative that is run under Set Up a Startup, which is an organization that I founded in 2027. But right now, we are going to move it all over for it to run under the ASEP Society. But today, one big thing that is going to happen, which is something really good for us, is that we are not starting with noise. We are not starting just by talking about it. We're starting because we've seen with people that believe in the vision, and they've shown that ASEP Society deserves to exist, and they believe that being part of it will simply add value to what they are doing within the ecosystem. So today, we are not only launching an ASEP Society as an organization, I think we are also going to be having the very first country partner, which is Ethiopia, that is joining as a country. With that, I will allow Adisu and the rest of the team to then share more on what they believe and what they will do going forward, and how they will commit to making sure that ASEP continue to exist in Ethiopia, ASEP continue to exist across the continent, and that will be, I think that will just be it from me. But in closing, I would like to again thank the Ethiopian team for making it happen. I'd like to thank the ASEP team for pushing this. More importantly, I would like to thank the ASEP Advisory Board. Of course, we have our representative there, Ian, who shown so much commitment today, and we'll continue to build it and inviting more people to join us. Please join us, commit yourself, show today that you want to be part of ASEP, speak to your issue, and then we will reach out to you as we build ASEP society as collaboratively together across the continent. That will be it for me. And over to you, MC, and over to you, Adisa.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Adisu is no one for the spotlight, but man, you end this. He doesn't like the spotlight. But Adisu, thank you so much. Like Kevin said, and without further ado, please come up, tell us more about the Ethiopian ecosystem. And please don't forget to invite me for Rice Adis podcast before I go back.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to keep it short. Yes, I'm not a guy of spotlights. But the paradox is I also have a show with a lot of spotlights. So I think I'm learning to get used to this. So we are here to you have heard the man, you have heard the ambition, you have heard the vision. I don't think anyone would hear that and not want to jump on that boat that's about to sail. So that's why we're here. We want to join Kevin and his team on this Pan-African initiative, and it is a good time to join that initiative because of many reasons. But one that stands out is this is a time when African countries are slowly but surely opening up their borders, inspiring collaborations, cross-border collaborations. Young innovators literally sharing and building ambition to build their businesses in other African countries unlike any other time before. So I think it's a very good time to join an initiative, a Pan-African cross-border initiative, and we are very glad to join this. About the commitment, I'm going to share with you that we are already taking a step forward to join this initiative. But about the commitments from my partners, from myself and my partners, we have already shown it for the past 5 months. These guys have not. These guys have not slept for for the past 1 month. So it's been a very tough ride, but it's one that I'm really happy about for doing. So I'm just we are going to take the commitment to launch ASAP Ethiopia, which is going to be the representative of the Pan-African umbrella organization, and we are going to take the commitments. There are going to be many commitments which are going to be official, with a document that's going to be signed between our team and the ASAP team. We are going to hold such events in Ethiopia under the ASAP branding and umbrella. We are going to do so much activities in Ethiopia under the ASAP umbrella, but also we are going to support ecosystem builders to join the ASAP initiatives beyond Ethiopia, and also there are going to be so many commitments that we'll be taking. So that is the kind of commitment that we are here to take. And for that, we have already made some conversations with some organizations, some individuals. So I'm just going to show you very briefly two slides that showing, the things that we have been building. Galkidan has been very instrumental in Naba. Where is the other? There you go. So yes, the other guys at the back. We have been. Yes, so we have been talking to these institutions. I'm not saying these are going to be the only institutions that are going to help us take the initiative, but we have been talking to people in these institutions, and they have already agreed to join our advisory board. We have been in a series of conversations with Addis Ababa University. Dr. Dakito is here. He will join us later. We have been talking to the Ministry of Innovation Technology and the Ministry of Labor and Skills, and of course the Ethiopian Entrepreneurship Institute and the institutions that that is going to support our award tomorrow, the Entrepreneurship Development Institute. But I'm looking at Brooke in the audience. I am sure it is not that he didn't join, it is that we didn't have the time. We did not have the time to talk to him, but I am sure this is something that he would love to do, as he always does it for his other initiatives. And we also have built another structure below this, which we have agreed the people that have been behind ASAP 2025 will be taking forward the commitment in the initiative as board of directors. If only my people are going to show them anytime soon. Yes, so we have been talking to, I have been talking with myself, and I was like, okay, this is good. And I talked to Kalgidan, he said this is good. And Nabiyu, of course, Nabiyu has been here for every initiative that is related to startups. So I know he wouldn't say no. So that guy is Lou Lasfau, the founder and managing partner of Velocity Marketing. And he's also going to join us in taking this initiative forward. And we have also been in contact with the country manager of Reach for Change, to which she says she's happy to support. So we are going to take this forward. This is just to show you that we're committed to take this forward as a team and as a well-structured team. That said, I'm just going to give you 1 minute or 2 minutes for any reflection from the audience, especially from Ian and other people. Ian has been here, I think, 100 times already. So we really have to do that because he's the right person to reflect on some of the matters, or any other person from the local organizing committee or any other person to reflect on the launching of ASAP or the commitment that we have just taken. Other and we can take I think 1 comment or probably 2. Yes, Brooke. I've been waiting for this.
Thank you, Adisu. It's just a comment. I know that this kind of organizing or sub-organizing per country is taking place in all countries, I guess, in Africa. So if we can have someone from another country, in the board of directors of each country, then it would make things really, really African. It would facilitate learning and sharing. Thank you.
Yes, that's.
So I'm nominating myself for another country board.
So he's taking this opportunity to join the Rwandan. So yes, I totally agree. We already have people here from the rest of Africa. We might start a conversation already here. So that's very great. We definitely will do that. We at least will take the commitment to invite people from other countries into our board. That we will. Okay, thank you so much.
Somebody else?
Anyone? So, no? Okay. So, I think we are just going to take it back to Kevin so that he officially will launch the ASAP Society as the people here probably may join me here for a photo shoot or something. I'm just trying to make this somehow something.
MC says the local organizing team should join.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
MC's orders.
All right. Oh, of course. If you say so.
Of course.
Of course. Kevin, if you are still listening.
Yes.
So this is the part where you somehow would give your blessing. I don't know what. What is the right word?
No, and this is. So three on this side? Yeah. Yeah. A bit further left. Should we do a countdown? Should we have a hammer? A bell, something. I think we should do a countdown. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. McKevin, you're with us?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you. We don't see you, but we hear you. We just need you to appear on our screen. You have yeah, okay. Yes, now we see you. You are here. All right. So we're going to take a picture first to commemorate the launching of the ASEP Society. So you have your teammates right next to you on the screen. So they're going to take a picture. Everybody say ASEP Society. No more energy. Come on, ASEP Society. All right. So, November 16.
We are officially launching the Africa Startup Ecosystem Builder Society, and we are having our first members of the society, which is ASEP Ethiopia. So congratulations to you all, and thank you for everything, and thank you, Ethiopia, for all the work you've done. I look forward to building Africa with you and the rest of our team.
Let's remember this room. We are the few people that were present on the day, on November 16th, on the launching of the ASEP Society. So great for us. So congratulations once again to the local organizing team, to ASEP, to all partners involved in this endeavor. Congratulations to you all. And thank you to everybody who has had the patience today, on this Sunday, to be here on this journey with us. Thank you. Thank you. Truly wonderful. And before I leave you to enjoy the rest of your Sunday, I request one more thing of you. So there is a networking mixer at the Creative Hub from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. tonight. So it would be a chance to get to interact with the different speakers, the different guests that you have seen today here. So it would also a good time to, relax and take it easy. Additionally, donc, il y a un mixeur professionnel ce soir au Creative Hub, donc c'est le message que j'ai reçu. Donc, c'est un moment de détente, mais aussi la chance de rencontrer les personnes que vous avez vues ici aujourd'hui et de partager vos idées, vos pensées, tout ça. Donc, vous êtes invités à Creative Hub de 18h à 20h. Donc, on ne vous garde pas trop tard. So, it's not going to be a very late mixer. is just a good time, and then we all have to go sleep and rest for Monday, yeah? And finally, there's a registration for the award, for the ASEB Awards tomorrow, yes? So the ASEB Awards are happening tomorrow at Skylight Hotel from 3 p.m. So there is a prior registration that needs to happen, and the local organizing committee can help you with that if you're free to attend and if you'd like to attend. So those are the two informations that I would like to share with you all. Thank you so much once again for you all for being here. Thank you for the tremendous work that everybody has done to bring ASEB Summit and awards here to life in Addis. So this has been the fourth African Startup Ecosystem Builders Summit here happening in Addis. And here today, November 16, we witnessed the launch of ASEB Society, which I could not be more proud. So with that, I say thank you. My name is Hiote Desaleng. I have been your MC. It has been a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you so much. And with that, have a great evening. See you at the Creative Hub later on. So thank you.